Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays. It's time for some more Factorio Space Age, and I'm still on Novice, but as you probably guessed from the title and text on this video, that's not going to be for long. Ooh, there seems to be a shortage of blue circuits coming through here. It's like, oh, that's because it's a blue belt coming along here and then going into yellows and other such likes. Okay, well, they're only coming from here anyway, so it's better to be able to keep up. And I noticed at a quick glance here, it actually can't. We've run out of blue circuits in the landing pad, which is a little bit unfortunate. I can't remember what's. Oh yes, it's the blue density. No, this one is supposed to be the one that brings over the. No, it isn't. The blues, probably the blues. That would make a certain amount of sense. Yeah, okay, so it's trying to fill up with low-density structures as well and bring them over to Norvis as well. Okay, I've got a little bit distracted already, but that tends to be how this goes. Down on Fulgora, there is presumably a shortage of low-density structures. Yes, because Fulgora isn't actually that great at producing low-density structures. So I think, actually, Blues probably shouldn't be bringing low-density structures over to Norvis. So let's remove that for now. It'll set off. It's got a load of them. I think it's actually supposed to be the My Density that brings them. Yes, that's actually the one that's supposed to bring low-density structures over to Norvis. From Fulgora. No, from Vulcanus. So we'll leave that one. Right, okay. Well, and hello everyone. Hello Nogard. Hello Peter. I think that seems to be about everyone who's made it here so far. But I'm sure we'll pick up a few more people as we continue. So yes, welcome one and all. I hope you enjoy the stream, and yes, apparently pressing the mute button. Well, I think I unmuted myself at the end of the last stream. No, I remember why. It's because I made a recording of a little bit of extra narration for one of the videos I'm doing, and so for that I unmuted and then forgot to mute again. So yes. Hello, Blake. And sorry to hear you. Sorry to hear you got the plague. But yeah, I guess if that means a day of sort of just watching people playing Factorio, then maybe it's not so bad, and you'll have a reasonably pleasant day anyway. Okay, so that's going to sort out the supply of blue circuits because Fulgora does have plenty of those, I believe. So we've done that. Now, I think at this point, what was I doing last time? Well, there was a load of stuff I was messing around with getting the... yes, I got the iron smelting up and running nicely with foundries. Same with copper, although that appears to need some more lamps because there's a shortage of them in here, so let's put some of those in. Because we do like to be able to see what's going on in the factory, don't we? Yes, we do. So put those in there, and you don't get one because there's a belt in the way, and I'll put a couple in the middle here as well. Right, so those were up and running, and that meant I was able to get the... circuit production down here running, and that also seems to require some lamps, so I guess we'll we'll light that area up. Oh dear, what's going on here? Why are you sleeping? Don't do that. Go back to pickup, I suppose. So that's a potential issue with the with the refueling system with the trains. If a train then just goes idle, it can block up the refueling stations for the future. Hadn't thought of that as a potential issue. I guess we'll worry about that more later. Anyway, so yes, beyond that, I then got the so I got circuit production up and running, and that's now using enormous amounts of power. So I expanded my nuclear power plants over here, so we've now got 4 quad reactor setups instead of 2, and that means we have absolute plentiful supply of electricity, even when things go a bit nuts like the EM plants have here. We've still got enough electricity, so that's good. But I then discovered I was running out of plastic, probably. Over here wasn't producing the plastic as fast as I wanted, although it has now caught up. So I put in some extra oil refineries in across the top of here. Some of those have been placed, some of them haven't. We appear to have run out of refineries, which is a weird thing. I guess I'm going to have to go and have a word with the Abomination. And I expanded the cracking and the so forth thing up here as well, just because it seemed like a good idea, and then realised I probably didn't need to. Hello, Unfizzy. Welcome. I'm doing a bit of a recap and going, what on earth was I doing last time while I think about it? Oh, yes, and at the end of the stream, I then expanded the science park over here. So now we're doing science a little bit more quickly, allowing us to then produce, allow us to do science much more quickly than before. We're currently doing science at a rate of not very much. Apparently, we've run out of something. It's not either of these two. Is it purple? No, we haven't run out of purple this time. We've run out of... whatever this one is. Green science. No, green science is over here. Blue science. We've run out of blue science. That's a weird one to run out of. Because it's not that difficult, is it? I mean, yes, clearly, because it's stopped. We have a shortage of motors, or engines, because we have a shortage of pipes, because there's no iron. Why is that? What? Excuse me? Why is there no iron? Where is the iron train? What are you doing? You're waiting at iron pickup. Interesting. So this system here is, despite the massive all of the fanfare and bells and whistles and stuff and exclamations and happiness that was made in the last stream about how much I've now sorted out all of the metal production. Apparently, that's not producing iron fast enough. So I guess before I do carry on with the main plans for this stream, it's going to be time to do that and that. And that. And get a little bit more iron out of this place. Let's do something slightly different with these belts. So I can go do that. And I suppose actually what I could do is that. And then link these like this. Oops. Fail. Like that. And then I can just have that as a straight through. Get rid of those. And then a belt from here across this way like this. And run it up here, in there, and then... alright. Yeah, let's run it into the back of that splitter in case I boost these at some point in the future. Does that reach still? No, of course not. That'd be helpful. So we'll take it, yeah, do that. There we go. Right, so then that's going to now triple my iron production, or at least it would if I had any power available. No, it won't, because I've forgotten to put the module, the beacon in the middle. Okay, let's undo all of that. All of this actually goes here. Let's put one of these in first to make sure I get this right. So that goes there. Then try again. You go here. No, you don't. You go one square down. You go here. Let's at least keep everything nice and neat and lined up. Then I can put an underground pipe across here like that, and whip a pipe down through here. Ah, thanks to resub. Who was that? That was Persistent. Thank you very much. Good to have you. Good to have you. I was going to say back again. I don't think you really went. So good to have you still here. That's what I actually mean. Yeah. So yes, I was thinking this might be producing it quickly enough, but that is clearly not remotely enough. So we'll speed that up a little bit. Rotate one of the corners. Oh yeah, something weird's happened here. No. And that. I suppose actually that could go there. Save a few. Might as well save a few pieces of belt here and there where I can. Rotate one of the corner. Pipe there. And I still need power, so I'll put that in there. And okay, another one down here. Sure, why not? Yeah, I sort of felt that I was producing... Oh, that corner. Yes, thank you. I thought that I felt like I was producing iron at a decent rate from here, but you're quite right. That is not a decent rate. That's fairly insignificant. But tripling it, I think, will make a bit of a difference. It is now... Yeah, there's now essentially a solid blue belt of iron coming out, and then what's clearly another half belt here. Slightly too much, though, unfortunately. Do I just go, I don't care, I've got about the right amount coming out, it's kind of okay, it'll do. Oh no, once this fills up with prod mods, then that'll slow it down a bit, and then it might be about right. Okay, we'll let that fill up with prod mods, and then call it good enough. Stack inserters is a good point, but I think once these are prod modded, they will slow down enough that we will then have enough room on the belts for them. But yeah, the stack inserters, as you both say, are okay. Yes, I do. I am still kind of using beacons in a space exploration-y way, putting in a single one rather than a load of them down the middle. Now, if when I come back it's still not producing enough and this belt isn't full, then or rather if I still need more iron, then I may consider putting in additional beacons up the middle here, and also putting in some and then also upgrading these to stack inserters. But that's going to require a trip out to Gleba to get Gleba into a position where it's actually doing things usefully rather than just sort of sitting there being a bit of a mess. So we'll worry about that later on. Right, so that should now help a little bit. You can't say lurk persistent. That more or less defeats the purpose of it. Right, so let's have a look at the iron plate production and consumption rates over the last mumble hours. So iron plate, they are, unfunnily enough, they're about the same. So we've got production coming in here. Previously, it was about 3,000 a minute, and we're using it at around 4,000 a minute. So, okay, so it's not maybe up to sort of 4,500 a minute. So that's not too bad, I think. In that we were now to tripled the speed, more than tripled the speed in fact, because of the lack of productivity modules there, I think that should be more than enough. And if we now go back and have a look over the last minute, we're now producing it at almost 6,000 a minute. And, okay, we're still trying to use it at 4,000 a minute, but that'll drop a bit when we sort of, no, that'll probably go up a little bit. I don't know when this train goes. Anyway, we'll get some different numbers and see how it goes then. So how full are you? Where's the thing? 33 out of 40. Okay, it's getting there quite nicely. So I think that is probably. I hesitate to call it solved, especially as this is still under construction. But we are getting there. Could take the modules out of these machines actually. They're not needed, and because these machines aren't currently in use. Because we're not using copper or anything like as fast as we're using iron. Now, I suspect I'll probably want to turn this into get this producing more copper and feeding it in over here, because I suspect we're probably going to use quite a lot. Actually, no, I'll take that back. I was going to say I think we're going to use a lot of copper plates because we're using a lot of iron plates, but actually most of the copper consumption goes into circuit production, and that's all being fed by the molten copper down here. So that may well not. Why is there a molten iron in the molten copper station? What the hell? How did that happen? There's no molten iron drop. Okay, that's dangerous. I'm kind of surprised that didn't cause much more serious problems. So there we go. Call that molten iron drop. Will tell you to actually go to, yeah, add it in here, molten iron drop until empty. Do that. No, oh, okay, it's going there, right. Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised that didn't go a lot worse than it actually did. Yeah, so yes, I do think it is sadly time to go to Gleba, or at least it will be very, very soon, because Gleba is a mess, and I've now been to all of the planets. Well, as far as Aquilo anyway. I know there's a couple more sort of funny things, but they might be slightly different. So now it's time to sort of try and sort out and tidy things up a little bit so they're not horrendous, which is why I came over to Norvis, and I think now Norvis is kind of okay. We're drilling with big drills, so that's a good sign. We're a good start. We're processing metals with foundries, so that's also good. We are producing circuits with EM plants, again, good. We've moved all of those off the bus. Other things to consider at some point might be moving all of the science production off the bus, but I'm not going to do that yet. That's definitely a future thing to do. There we go. Iron is now flowing again, at least for the time being. But at the moment, I think I've moved enough stuff off the bus that we should probably be okay, as long as we can carry on producing iron fast enough and keep that happy. Yes, so over here, the green circuit production is deliberately split off. So these machines down at the bottom are producing green circuits for green circuit's sake. These machines at the top are producing green circuit for red circuit's sake. And that's very much deliberate, because I want the green circuits. I don't want green circuit production to grind to a halt when red circuits are being made, which is what often tends to happen if you're not a bit careful about it. So think of these as two completely separate factories. They just happen to be in the same place because they have a lot of the same inputs. If I was making blue circuits on Norvis, then I'd have that additionally, probably up here somewhere, as another factory with a separate green circuit and red circuit production feeding over to a blue circuit production on the other side, or something like that. Because I've learned from the past that trying to have one factory doing both is a recipe for sadness and shortages. Now, I suppose what I could do is I could have a priority splitter in here that pulls out unneeded green circuits and sends them down here to be passed on to here if we have too many, if we're full of red circuits and short of green circuits. There's certainly no harm in that, so I could do that. That's not too bad an idea. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Peter. That's yes. So you're suggesting what I was saying there. Yeah. All right. Let's do that, because there's no real reason not to. So if I put in a splitter, let's put it here like that, and tell that to output priority left, and then run down here like that, and then I can put in another splitter down here like that, and that'll, yeah, it'll merge them in. And I think I'll do an input priority right on that one, because then it'll pull them from here by preference, which means we can form a bit of a backlog here, like we've done now, if there's plenty of both. And then when we do start wanting red circuits, we'll have a load extra ones to throw at it. Also, it's got really dark again. Let's put some more. Let's put some lamps in down here. Lamps. That one. So where do I put lamps? I'll stick one. Doop. This, I feel like I'm trying to go for approximately even distances apart for the lamps. I don't think I have, but it's sort of what I was aiming for. These stations are completely different. Yay, consistency. Nope, there's a gap there. And then along here, it's easier. Just put them through there and through there. And then up here, let's put them with the inserters, because that seems to be what I typically do. And some more over here. And one in the middle, because why not? There's room for one above there. And one in the middle of there, because again, why not? Because it's nice to have nice to have a bit of illumination around here, and I feel that's partly for your sake as the stream viewers, because if it's too dark, I think because of video compression, it's a lot easier for me to see than it is for you if it starts to get a bit gloomy around here. And so I'd rather you guys could see what's going on, because I'm sure you're very, very interested, and I mean you're here, so you must be. So yes, let's try and keep it visible so you can tell what's going on. I think that would be nice. And then a string of them all the way up here, because we've got loads of power in this area. So putting in lots of inserters, putting in lots of lights, I can just drop them almost wherever I want to, and it will work nicely. Try again. Got some pleasing symmetry here as well. I quite like this design. It took a little bit of doodling and sketching, and there's a little bit of fiddling. These are going to be slightly offset from each other. In fact, I could move that one down, and then they won't be. It took a little bit of fiddling to get everything in the right place, but I think I'm quite pleased with the way it's come together. Oh, and up here as well. One for you, one for you. Right, there we go. That's now going to be. It's now illuminated specifically by the sun, so that was fun. I appreciate your community service, Blaynot. Thank you. Does night vision in Armour work from remote view? That's a good question. I don't remember. Oh, Robin says, how much science per minute am I doing? It's gone from basically 0 up to about 148 at the moment, I think, by the looks of it. 140, something like that, 150. It's gradually climbing because I sorted out an iron shortage, so I'm not quite sure where that's going to peak, but we'll come back and have another look at that in a moment. I like how you can clearly see where the iron problem got fixed. Yeah, so here I'm doing we're doing plates on site for copper, because I did the maths and I worked out you get a better bonus for turning copper into plates and then into cables than you do for turning it straight into cables with the foundries. The iron also, because you need iron plates in order to make the green circuits. And yes, doing both of those on site because I didn't have enough. But basically, it just seems like a good idea to transport it around as the molten iron, and also that's a new and interesting feature, and therefore it's interesting to use it that way. Yeah, so there we go. At the moment they're all pouring through to make red. My impression is that we're getting through more green circuits to make red than we are green circuits to make green. In that, here we've got 85,000. Here we've got 188,000. So I suspect, if anything, I should be doing it the other way round. I should be taking them from down here up to here when we have a shortage of red circuits, rather than doing what I have done. That said, I want to say I've put in the right number of machines here that adding in extra green circuit supply wouldn't help. However, looking at the fact that the top machines are working. Yeah, the top machines are running. I might have just got the numbers right. You never know. It's the sort of thing I try to do, and again, often sometimes fail. Okay, so I think now my intention was to just have a quick glance around the factory and talk about the things that I'd done last time. That turned into a little bit into a into fixing up a couple of problems, because I spotted a couple of problems. How are we doing now? Okay, we've got a full train and the boxes are filling up. We've got 3.6 thousand in the boxes plus another 16,000 in the train. So we've got a quarter of a train's worth in the chest now. So that's probably all right now. Looking down here, we have, as you can see, a nice steady stream of iron ore. It's going through. It's the belt isn't quite running flat out, so that suggests we do have enough iron here. So that's pretty good. Right. So the blue science has now kicked back in again and is kind of working. Most of the machines are running. We could do with a couple more up there, pulling their weight a little bit harder, but we're still trying to run some pipes up here. So we've got all of the engine machines running, so that should mean all of these will kick in sooner or later. And if we look over here, are all the labs running? It's really hard to tell because they don't light up in the same way that they do with the basic ones, and they're not. This guy doesn't have any. This one doesn't have any metallurgic science packs, but there's some in here. I think this long sushi system might now be a bit too long, in that I think that it takes, if the science packs clump up a bit, like the orange ones seem to have along here, then by the time they get back round to the labs again, the lab might have run out of those packs. So over here, for example, we've run out of... Well, this one's run out of blue science still. So this is probably going to carry on going up and up over time. There we go. So with a couple of wibbles there, it's got up to virtually 170 now. In fact, it's got up beyond 170 looking at the graph. So, yeah, we're gradually picking up speed. I don't have a final science per minute goal in mind. It's basically just going to be, if I seem to have a plentiful supply of everything, then I'll put in more labs and we'll run it a bit faster and see how that goes. And then if it's still plentiful, then we'll try and run it a bit faster. But if we run out of, say, blue science, we'll find out why we're short of blue science, bump that up a bit, and just try and keep things running as well as we can. But yeah, at the moment, it's a bit problematic over here because we don't have enough of all of the science packs coming through. I think what I want to do, and this might be a ridiculous idea, is put in some side balancing on the system somewhere. Now, do I want to do that before it feeds in or after? Probably after it feeds in. Let's do it on the way up over here because there's plenty of room. So if I whack in one of these, I was going to try and stick it in that gap. Here's a gap. Put it in that gap, because then we don't accidentally pick up a load of the science packs. I'm going to do that and that and that and that. And that'll give the science a bit more of a shuffle, put some of each on each side, get it flowing a little bit more evenly. And also, I'm going to increase this a little bit. So 400... I don't know, actually, because... Okay, there we go. It's flowing again now. So now we just have a nice full, but oh, there we go. There's some gaps coming in now. So there we go. We can feed extra science packs in. So that should allow us to feed it in a bit more evenly. So we can now get up to the sort of the 400 of each pack on the belt thing that I'm aiming for. Those all flow through quite nicely like this. I've got some big gaps up here. So there are some significant gaps on this belt, which tells me we could put quite a few more in. And if I do that, maybe we'll get a slightly better distribution. Maybe I feel like it should sort of even itself out over time, but I have no idea if that's actually true. There we go. Let's pour a little bit more of absolutely everything in. And hopefully that'll work. And the other possibility is to do a more traditional sushi system where we have all of this come back out again, go into temporary storage, and then feed through basically all of them from the top, from the storage. So it's always sort of all of them in sequence going through, rather than this system, which is just dump in until, because you see there's loads and loads of purple ones here all together, and then loads and loads of pink ones. I don't want them to be all coming. I don't want them to be coming through sort of sorted like this. That's sort of not the way I want it to be. But I had this. That's why I had this down here at one point. This is to allow some of them to go through a shortcut. So you see here we've got a huge string of orange science coming through here, which suggests there's big gaps in orange. So over here it's just purples and pinks. And so this means that the science packs aren't distributed evenly across the belt. Now I feel like over time the general trend should be putting more and more entropy into it and getting them more and more scattered. But every time one of the science packs runs out on the supply up here, it's going to stop that. It's going to remove a load of that entropy essentially by scattering them a bit more. By clumping them all together again. So it's a bit weird. Oh, good point. Measurements aren't accurate. That's a very, very good point. So I need to read from here as well. So read, presumably there to there, and if I then read from here, read all belts, hold. Yeah, so you're right. I've chucked a load of extra ones in. And chucking a load of extra ones in, not a serious problem. But that does mean I've now got 600. Oh, there's a serious shortage of blue science packs still. Everything else is in the sort of the 500 to 600 and something, 500 to 700 range, more or less. That does show how much spare space there is on the belt, especially as we're seeing still seeing these gaps in there. But in theory, there should be another 400 blue science packs in there as well. So maybe over here I should be increasing the rate I'm producing blue science packs at. The machines aren't all running. We've got a shortage of engine units. It could be that we're trying to fill it up, but I think there's just there is actually just an actual shortage. So I need to have basically this system here is quite well balanced. You can see that we're not getting extra pipes in appearing at the top, but the top machine is still running. I could get more of that though. So let's see if I copy all of this from here to here and put in additional science production. Here? Is that going to fit? Actually, is that going to fit? Oh yeah, it's easily fit. Right, so I've put that in. But can I put it here, or is that going to? Yeah, yes, I think that's fine. So I put it here, thump, like that. Then I rotate that, put in a blue underground from there to there, and then yellow belt up the middle of here. Up the middle of here, under here, and that goes in there. There we go. So that's now going to pour loads more iron through. I think actually I want to upgrade this entire thing. All of you and all of... Well, actually that's as far as it needs to go, really. Because we've demonstrated previously that a yellow belt is enough to feed these two. So therefore, a yellow belt is enough to feed these two. So now that's essentially going to be doubling the amount of motors we produce. And that should sort that problem out quite easily. And then, in order to make that actually help... I can then come along here and I'm going to... Yeah, let's just take them all. Is that going to fit? Yes, again, easily. So we can put you in on top of there like that. This, again, is going to put massive load on my production of the productivity modules. But never mind. Actually, I should fill these up. I should put more productivity modules in all of these. I can't at the moment because I don't have any. They're all getting stolen away and put into all of my other builds. And I've just got this one machine over here trying really hard to keep up. And doing very, very badly at it because we're 117 short. But yeah, true, bacons would be quite a good idea. Engine to blue is not a 1-to-1 ratio because I have productivity modules in these, but not in these for reasons. But yes, I could slap another one of these on the top of here and stick more productivity modules in. That would probably be sensible. Therefore, I'm not going to do it yet. Maybe I will at some point. But yeah, that seems to be... I think I'm reasonably happy with that upgrade for the time being. And to an extent, I care more about the quantity. My resources are reasonably cheap, so as long as there's a good supply of the blue science coming out, that's the most important. That's, in a way, I'd say that is more important than whether I've got the ratios quite right. I think at some point in the future, I will do redesigns of all of my science production, and at that point I'll go in and use beacons, and by then hopefully I'll have tier 3 modules as well, so I'll be using tier 3 modules, and so I'll start using those en masse for all of these. For the time being, I think this is probably okay, and having these extra having twice as many engines flowing in will mean almost twice as many blue sciences flowing out. And hopefully, in about 1 million years, that'll mean this area down here will be satisfied. He says optimistically. At the moment, we're still at... we've got up to 80, so no, down to 74 again. So we've still got some blue science in there. It just could be more. We're still feeding some red sciences in as well. That's nice, I guess. Right, so... that's all fine. How are we doing for... So, the speed is dropped, gone up. I don't know. It's at 200 and something per minute, 206 per minute. So that's not too bad, I feel. We're churning through science packs at least. We've got a load in the queue, so eventually we'll work through those. Hello, Urim. Welcome. Right, so I think now it's time to stop procrastinating and actually head over to that planet of Glebes. So let's put down some chests of here is all my stuff, and then I can head off. 4 should be enough. And if I do decide I want to improve any of this stuff, it's very notable. If I get rid of all of that, I don't need copper in the storage system. And all of that, and probably that as well, and that, and oh, I'm full. Bots, please. Maybe I should just put down a purple chest and chuck stuff into that instead. Although I don't think I need uranium. Ooh, we've got some tier 2 prod mods. Let's get rid of those, and those can go out to be built for building things. Come on, bots. Good bots, a quick bot. Ooh, they went quickly. So I don't want that, don't want that. So much junk. There's probably even more junk in the in the chest that I already put down, so I'll get rid of some of that as well. I also seem to have a load of blueprints. I should probably get rid of these as well. What was I even copying here? What's this? Oh, that's some abomination testing I was doing. I don't know how long I've had those in my pockets for. Probably not very long. Yeah, I just maybe I probably ended up picking them up again when I came back to Norvis. Although, what? 3? I don't want another 3 pistol. I don't want any pistols. Take pistols away. Take all the pistols away. Quality mods. There's no point having those in my pockets. Or those. Although, to be honest, none of this is worth having. Especially not the old armors. Any old armor? They can go away. They can just get lost. And burner mining. What? Where did all this trash come from? Right, over here. So some of this stuff is useful because I might do this for building, and a tank is always handy to have in your pockets. Well, I can't think of any reason why I wouldn't have a tank in my pockets. Medium piles, bricks and concrete though, not so much. Set them back. Right, and then get rid of the bricks and the concrete. No, I'll keep the fuel. That might be. I'm not sure why I'm keeping the fuel. Actually, I don't know if that'll ever be useful. Ammunition is handy. Defensive stuff is fine. We'll keep all of that in case I do some outposting, and the fuel as well. Apparently, right. So here we go. Just need to get rid of all of this trash remaining here, and then I can hop in a rocket and head over to Gleba. I've still got ammunition. Grr. Is that it? Yes, it is. Right. Take me to which one is it? It's the spot. I've forgotten which one. Which one's the one that goes to Gleba? And is it already on its way? The Gleb, of course, does. It's the Kirk. Oh, it's the Kirk. Yes, there we go. I think. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I did deliver cargo rather than travel to. I hope this is right, actually. I've just got a sudden uncertainty. Yeah, this is the one that goes to Gleba. Okay, fine. We can go up there, hop in there, chuck all this science at the planet, and then head off, and everything will be fine, probably. Come on. Well, there's some science. There's the science going. There's the ammunition arriving from my first misclick. And the green ammunition is actually going to be mildly useful, so that's fine. I'll take that. And some calcite leaving, and some me arriving. So that means we can now head off to Gleba and the planet of. Oh, I was going to dump that first. Oh no, never mind. Actually, let's go back to Norvis since I'm still basically there. Dump the science so it doesn't go off, and then I can head over. Right, dump the science. Go to Gleba. Where'd the rest of the ammo? Oh, it's only 25 rounds in a thing. I remember. Right, so we want to dump that on Gleba and that. Oh, did that not get dumped? Fine, we'll undump it then. I was not paying attention. I thought it'd dump it quickly, but no. Apparently the rocket system in general was a bit busy by the sound, or the drop pod system in general was a bit busy. Right, so we'll when we get there, we can unload those. We can also drop me to a planet. I'd like to go to Gleba, please, and then we shall have the fun, and that's going to be absolute chaos will reign. Put it that way. Oh dear. Right. So yes, off to Gleba we go. In fact, I'm nearly there. I was going to switch over to the map view and start looking around and sort of talking about what I'm planning to do. But no, we'll just wait because we're here. So now, but actually no, I will look at Gleba. Oh, Gleba has had a power crisis. How is Gleba having a power crisis? What's going on here? Oh no, it hasn't. Wait, it did. Hey, it was having a power crisis. Yeah, it is. There we go. What's going on here? We're not making very much power. Are you guys not hot enough? Or no, you've got plenty of water. You're up at a suitably high temperature. Am I just using too much power on this planet then? For all these are all running at full chat, aren't they? Yeah. So we've got. Actually, maybe they're not. What's my limiting factor down here? So if I flick that round as emergency mode. Makes no difference at all. Oh, I see. No, we do... Oh, I see what the problem is. We do have enough power. It's just whenever these orange things kick in, the rocket silos kick in, we can't cope with the power usage of the rocket silos. What? I didn't realise rocket silos used significant amounts of power. That's very strange. Okay. I am surprised. I'm not surprised by the Tesla turrets using bucket loads of power up here. That's fine. That's sort of expected and seems to be okay. And they seem to be fairly constant actually. If we look, yeah, we're getting little blips when they kill things. Fine. But then yeah, these blips from the rocket silos. That surprises me. I didn't realize. I honestly did not realize that the rocket silos were at all power hungry. That's, as I say, is a surprise. Now, where are my chests of shame from last time I was here? Up here by the looks of it. Okay, so we'll have some rockets, because rockets turns out are awesome. Have some green ammo, because that is also awesome. We'll leave the pistol where it is. Take some more rockets. The turrets, we'll leave those there for now and have a think about what we've done, what we're going to do and what we've done. In the meantime, yeah, I guess down here, this is going to need to be expanded again, because we're not producing enough power down here. So let's do but most of the time it's okay. So I think the heat levels are probably all right, but the amount of power generated is insufficient. So if I do all of that, we'll find out what we've actually got here. I suspect we're going to have shortages. I suspect we're not going to have the steam turbines because I don't think I've been building those. But we'll find out in a minute. Yeah, I had not realised that rocket silos used power. Well, everything uses power. I had not realised that rocket silos use significant amounts of power. So I am indeed surprised. And we've got a burner tower there that isn't getting built. But we do seem to be getting through all of the trash that's coming through, so that's probably okay. Let's see if we can get some more turbines built. What goes into a turbine? It's going to be horrendously complicated, isn't it? Oh no, copper, gears and pipes. So up here we have copper cable. Why do we have copper cables but not copper on the bus? What's going on? We're going into here to make red circuits. And I could bring that along up here and do something with it. Or I could look around here and see if there's anywhere where we have copper gear and pipes nearby. Or copper and iron at least. Yes, down here in fact. I could pinch from down here. Alright, let's do that. Do we have a quantity of these things? Let's find out. I've got one anyway. And got that, which is nice. So we're going to make, down here, I'm going to make gears, and this is a very, very specialised build, having specific gear and pipe producing machines just to make turbines. But I think I'll make pipes from here as well, because that could be quite useful. And I want you to make turbines, and then insert, boop, 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 and red chests, Do I have red chests? I hope I seem to be using solely green chests on this planet because I'm making them there. Fine, we'll put a green chest there and there. That will work well enough. It's okay, really. And then I want you to insert until we have... To be honest, I'm not using pipes very much on this planet, so I'll just make up to 100 pipes. And then over here we'll make 10 turbines, probably. Yeah, 10 turbines sounds like plenty. Turbine is less than 10. Also, I need a long inserter over here like that. And I don't need a short one. Nope, other way around. I need long inserters there and there, and I need a short one here. Because yes, that's the copper and the other. There we go. Now we're starting. Now we're starting to get pipes. That should be the other way around. You wouldn't think I played this game for 3,000 hours, would you? All right, there we go. There's the cogs. How many cogs does it take? 50. It's quite a lot, but never mind. That can now be left to run, and then we should have eventually we'll have enough to build up the rest of this down here, and that will all be fine. Okay, so Gleba, right. This is a silly place, as they say. We've got this general whole spaghetti chaos thing going on down here because there were so many things that required so many different things. Also, I have all of the gunge in the world here, so let's turn off the prioritization thing here to let these empty a bit. In fact, I could just go straight up and say prioritize out to the left and just dump it all onto the disposal belt, at least for now, because these chests down here are supposed to be. I don't even know what these are supposed to be doing anymore. Oh yeah, they were supposed to be providing a steady stream of spoilage, so we can make sure we never run out. And the idea being, yeah, we can just always have some of that available for making things out of spoilage over here. Somehow I didn't realise that I was going to have more spoilage than I could shake a very, very large stick at. So there's just crazy amounts of it available. So we'll let that run through here, and then yeah, we can pass it all through and dispose of some of it down here. That'll also help make sure we don't run out of power, ever have heat to make power, but I don't see that being a serious problem. Okay. Electric rocket silos. Yes, they use a railgun to launch the rocket, or a big fan on the back of the rocket to get it up into the air. That would work, wouldn't it? Okay, so this is all probably fine. We're dumping a lot more spoilage through here, but the burner towers can deal with that without any problems. Over here we are generating massive quantities of spoilage as well, but again, that's being dealt with suitably as well. And except we've got a box full of it here that we just aren't doing anything with. So I should probably do something about that, but Celevi. I suppose I could put it into here or something like that. Anyway, yes, that's so the getting back on track again. The reason I've come over here is because Gleba is a silly place. I didn't know what I was doing when I first came here because it was my first time on Gleba, which I'm not ashamed of. I think that's a perfectly reasonable position to be in. And so it meant that my designs were interesting. Or rather, it meant I built a design and then unlocked the next bit of technology and realised that I hadn't left room for that particular bit of technology, and that everything was... It was all just getting in the way, so I was ending up trying to squeeze more and more and more stuff in. So we started off with... this area up here where I had, I think, 2 machines making each of the fruit pulps, and then some biochambers across here. And this was at the time was a reasonably sensible design, but now it's a bit cramped. Then I put in the egg system down here, and that is actually still okay. So from about here, mid-level of these pulpers, to about here, I'm reasonably happy with, because that was the bit I was rebuilding, the same thing I'd had before, and it was going okay. Then after that, I put in the metal stuff down here, and that seemed to be in a reasonably sensible place, and we're producing the iron and the copper here in, well, there's not that much iron coming through, but it's sort of kind of sufficient when we're not trying to build enormous numbers of turbines. But basically, this mostly works. And then I put a system on the bottom here to dispose of all the trash that wasn't being used and burn it off for power. Fine. The problem was, then I unlocked making plastic and carbon and explosives and all that sort of stuff, and I went, oh no, I don't have anywhere to put that. So it ended up getting squeezed in over here as a bit of a spaghetti nonsense. So this is just a weird tangle of mess and not really working very well, and stuff that I can't really expand. So this is all horrible. So my intention with all of this is to leave this as is, leave it running, because it kind of does work. It's not amazing, but it's also not completely awful. So leave this as it is. Leave that running. So I've got the steady stream of the science packs coming out of here. This area can carry on just ticking over as is, and then go off and rebuild Gleba 3.0, 4.0, whatever I'm onto now, either down here or up here. And I think down here looks like more solid land. So I think this is probably going to be the good place to build it. And then this is going to just be sort of the core factory part. So everything from about here onwards, so it's not going to grow its own fruit. It's going to get that from somewhere else. Then I will put my fruit production somewhere else. Because the fruit production is the bit that produces all of the pollution. So all of this is coming from here and here. Those are my orchards. And that seemed like a good way to set everything up initially, because it meant that we had a nice. I didn't have to run excessively long belts when I was just starting off, but it does mean that when any attacks are triggered, they tend to come in more or less towards my main base, because these nests over here are, if they want to get to either of my orchards, have to come through the middle of the factory. These ones up here, well, they run into the north wall here, so they're not too much of a problem. But I was getting a lot of carnage in the middle of my base, particularly because this area, my brain fruit plantation, is pretty much on the edge of my factory. Oh, was that movement? No, they're just pentapodding around. That's fine. You can see how busy the defences have been by all of these wrecked stomper shells over here. So yeah, this is basically working, but it's not very expandable, and also it's attracting the wrong sort of attention. If I have my orchards elsewhere, then I can just have massive thick walls of rocket turrets all the way around the edge of the orchards, keeping them safe, and lots of lightning turrets as well, of course. And so that should then be okay. So yes, I need to get down to over here. And I think what I'll probably do is run power and Roboport system all the way over here, and then start building in this clean area down here. With the intention of then growing my fruit. Well, there's loads of purple space for growing purple fruit up here, and green fruit here. So maybe this sort of area is a good area to be growing plants. The other alternative is to come over. Is this green fruit growing area? I'm not quite sure. Let's turn the pollution back off again so I can sort of see what the things look like a bit better. Yeah, so I think the white splodges are areas where you can either grow or they're already growing the fruit. Actually, I changed my description of that slightly. If I can find myself a growing tower, that thing, agri tower. I can't tell that. Oh, right, yeah. It's really hard to tell what means what with these colours. So red is areas where you can't grow these plants at all at the moment. Green is either areas where you can or where they already are, and I'm not 100% sure of which. If we look down here, right, we've got an yes, artillery turret's also an excellent idea. White is already growing. Okay, so white areas are the areas that are already growing. This shade of murky yellowy green is where I could grow more of the plants. This area of yellowy murky green is where I could where I could start growing even more of them. What we're doing, this is Yamako. So I want artificial Yamako soil. Yeah, so I could, so this area, this sort of colour of area, I could grow more in just by putting down the special magic landfill. This area, this darker green, I can't. Okay, and presumably similarly with the purple. This is where these ones are actually growing. These are ones where they could grow, and these are ones where I could put in landfill to let them grow. Nope. We're having some interesting stuff going on over here. We lost an inserter in that attack. Okay, c'est la vie. I wish I'd noticed that. I've been saying that one of the problems is with when I get the alerts for attacks is that it's after I've already, it's after the attack has already been defeated. It'd be quite nice to see what was going on there, because there's clearly, I think, well, I was going to say clearly, no, if there'd been a stomper here, things would have got just destroyed a bit more. But it'd be nice to have seen a bit more of what was going on, seen a bit more of that attack, but I wasn't looking in the right place at the right time. Right, yeah, so I've got it. Let's try what PlayNut was saying. Search for you. So if I search for Yumako. Oh, I see. Oops, I pressed a key. Right there. Oh, I see. So right, so, yes. So that's really quite nice. Okay, that's a lot better. So these are areas where I could grow my Yumako, and these are the areas I could with the landfill. There is also the other landfill. So there's the overgrowth Yumako soil, which is replaceable anywhere in the green biome. Okay, so this goes over Yumako wetland. This goes over anywhere green. So if I search for wetland, then it doesn't help. Okay, well, still, that's useful. That shows me where I can grow the Yumako, all of the Yumako. And this seems like quite a good area for it, because there's lots and lots of the light green here, which I could easily turn into special landfill. And there's a bit of the dark green where I could use the overgrowth one as well if I wanted to. So this whole area could be turned into a really good plantation area. And as could this actually some of the area over here as well. But this is possibly a little too far away. This would be really good actually. There's loads of space here. Yeah, so that's a possibility. What's the other fruit called? I can't remember. I keep calling it brain fruit. Oh, jelly stem. There we go. Jelly. Jelly nut. Right, so that's that I could grow down here, but that's a bit too close to where I want my factory to be. So I mean, I could go with this area here. There's quite a lot of space here. I could get quite a lot of jelly nut coming out here, but that would require me to demolish this factory, really. Or I could grow it up here. So this is probably good. Again, with the intention of keeping it as far a decent distance away from my factory. So yes, if I grow my jelly nuts up here and my Yumako here, then they're a decent distance away. I can train it all down to here and unload and start doing factory stuff down here. So I think that's probably quite useful. That's probably the way to go. So the short term, I think, is to just start building down here, and then I'll build up the trains and the plantations afterwards. So get rid of that. Right. So now from here, I can start putting in roboports like this. In fact, you know what I should do here? I should go to my game blueprints and do my robo grid. And we'll put one here. And I'm probably gonna have to start shipping in landfill. I can just sense it. But for now, we'll just get started this way. Build the robo grid down to here and across this way as well. And I think this is a good starting point for getting building. In fact, if I build up to here, then we can grab the landfill out of that patch. And I'm going to want to come over this way as well. I'm not going to have enough roboports to do all of this, but I think getting a start is probably quite useful. And I should probably come over here and make sure this area is still safe. Right, let's leave the bots doing that. I've got rockets, I've got a little bit of green ammo. That should be fine. So if I fly down here, I can make sure this whole area that I'm about to start trying to build in is basically safe. And then worry about getting everything working, running nicely. Oh yeah, I forgot I got personal laser defenses. That's going to be great for the wrigglers. I couldn't even see them all. I could see the red blob on the map, but I couldn't work out where the actual enemies were. Oh, there's a stompy guy over there. We'll go and deal with him in a moment. Oh, another stompy guy there. Okay. Can we start shooting, please? There we go. Lasers, 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 lasers. Right. So my hope is, as I was saying earlier, that these new areas that I'm building up aren't going to come under any particular attacks, because they're just going to get run away. they're just going to get... sorry, I got distracted by the big stompy guy. Right, all of the enemies are just going to get attracted away by the plantations and not come and attack my factory. I don't know why I'm picking these eggs up. I don't want them. 24 eggs. Jeez. Can I just leave them? Can I just drop them in deep water or something like that? I could, but there's no deep water around here. I think I might be slightly OP for Gleba now, at least for these levels of these sizes of pentapods. I know that's probably going to be a famous last words thing. I'm going to get Glebbed hard soon, but for the time being, it seems to be kind of working. Right, is this deep enough water to throw the eggs in? Probably. Deep enough water that I can't throw the eggs. Huh? You can't throw eggs in deep water. That sucks. Okay, well, I'll just leave them there. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly, Peter. Yeah, I'm sure nothing will go wrong about saying Gleba isn't that dangerous anymore. I know my defences have successfully dealt with one large stomper, which I think is the worst of the enemies here, because I've seen its corpse. And I'm a lot more mobile than my defences, so as long as I don't get distracted and end up looking at something else while I'm being attacked, probably going to be fine. Probably, definite emphasis on probably here. This is a really big area, actually. I think this is a good choice of starting arena. Arena's not the right word. Area, place to build my new factory. I'm going to run out of rockets at some point, aren't I? I've still got 100. Well, I've still got more than 100, rather. Oh, there we go. It's another stomper shell. Fine. Ooh, glowy plants. Lovely. So yeah, if I can just get rid of all these guys around here, then. And the theory is, as I was saying earlier, I'm not going to be creating any pollution down here because there's not going to be any plantations. It's just going to be factory, and Glebans don't mind factories. It's only plantations. Actually, no, plantations they absolutely love. That's the problem. Come on, no, don't shoot the little guys. Take on the big one. There we go. Yeah, the Glebans don't mind your factory. It's only the plantations that get their attention. So hopefully, if I can keep the areas neatly split between neatly separated, it's only going to be the plantations that get the attention, and I can just completely surround them with rocket turrets, and things will go well. That's the hope, anyway. Yep, it's getting a bit busy around here. Let's maneuver around and try and do things a little bit differently. Can I get the big guy? No. I say big guy's strafer. There we go, and that one. Aim for the big one. Pew, 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 pew. Right. Okay, this whole area down here now feels like it's a little bit sane. Oh no, I've missed one up here. And I'm starting to run out of rockets as well, so it's probably about time I stopped hunting. Oh, there's a few. There's another patch of them over there on the edge of the lake. I should probably deal with. Wow, that's a lot. So just shoot the guys I need to kill. 9 rockets left. Did I get the... I did get the stomper. Okay, excellent. Right, how many eggs have I ended up with? 19. That's not too bad. Question is, do these ones... If you let the eggs hatch, do they turn into pentapods that will come around and try and make your day... Oh, spoil your day. I don't know. Or will they be the sort that die fairly quickly? Alright, so that actually is an even bigger area than I was expecting. We've got a massive area that I can now start playing in. So, yeah, pretty happy with that. Let's extend this rapidly. So I'll just select all of that and do some copy pasting like this. And now I fully expect quite a lot of these roboports to get in the way of my get in the way of where I'm going to put my factory. So I will probably end up replacing quite a few of, or removing, and maybe moving, maybe just removing quite a lot of them. But having having this grid set up here is going to allow me to start building wherever I feel like. True, I could go and dump the eggs into the heating tower. I've put them all down now though, so I don't really care. This is probably unwise, but I still don't care. Right, now I have to start thinking about designing stuff. I also possibly need to think about removing all of these boom puffs, but that's going to cause enormous amounts of damage. What happens if I fire a rocket at them? How do you even fire a rocket with the new controls? I can't remember. I could just demolish them by hand like this. If I destroy enough of them, then they'll blow each other up, right? Like that. Hey, chain reaction. Sweet. Not quite enough for chain reaction, though, unfortunately. I wonder if the damaged ones explode less damagingly. A chain reaction is actually pretty cool. I think I think the game needs more of that. I think boom puffs should do quite a lot more damage than they do, because as it is, they're sort of a somewhat pathetic amount of damage. They're enough to be mildly annoying, but not enough to actually seriously worry any of you. They don't even. There's not. I think I might have lost 1 or 2 pieces of belt to them. That's not even a boom puff. So it'd be nice if, say, when you had a thicket of them like that destroying one of them would cause a ripple effect, and they would just sort of. I'm not saying it should be quite as destructive as a forest fire and take out absolutely everything, but it'd be nice if it sort of kept going a little bit more than it does. Huh. Oh, shift space, thank you. So I could do that. Or with the machine gun, as you say. Okay, that's quite effective. It's like using grenades to do deforestation on Norvis. It's actually also quite satisfying and fun. Oops. It's a horrendous waste of green ammunition, of course, and I shouldn't be doing it. But it is also kind of fun, so I don't care. Right, so we are going to have a train system, of course, and I think I'm going to have, because there's going to certainly be at least 2 trains running, because we're going to want one for each type of fruit. I'm going to put it. I'm going to do two-way. I'm going to do a pair of tracks, one each way, rather than a single 2-way track. I'm also going to demolish all of this because there is no point in having any of this left, because we've dug up all of the. I was going to say all of the stone. That's not actually true. Let's put that back again. I could put the mining drills in here and here and get at least a bit more. Let's get some belts brought out here, so I've got them. So I've got enough to sort of tinker and fiddle with stuff. Right, so I want to have that run to there, that's an input, and also that run to there as an input. And I kind of still need that there. Actually, I don't need these in here. I don't need the solar panels anymore, because we've switched over to mains power now. So, right, let's think about this. I want to put in rail. That's going to come in from how far north can I go before it stops being land? Okay, all of this is solid land. I've built in just the worst possible place over here. There's a lot more actual proper land around here than I realised. There's a bit of swampiness down here with the purple, but all of this grey as well. This whole area up here is solid ground. That's slightly ridiculous given the amount of headache I was going through over where I decided to build over here when I landed about here. I should have just stayed where I was. Oh well, I didn't know what I didn't know how to read the map at that point. There were so many different colours, and I just didn't do enough checking and stuff like that. So yeah. Right. So let's bring in. Now I sort of want to build outside the pollution, but I assume what's going on up here. Okay, there's some ammunition shortages. Fine, because we had another attack come in. Right, I sort of want to actually build outside the pollution area, but I expect that once I stop producing fruit here, the pollution will eventually sort of die away to an extent. Yeah, exactly. The color scheme is not great, shall we say? It's a little bit hard to tell. Yeah, so but then that's it. There's loads of space out here for the pollution to expand before anything would attack through the factory. And so I think that's probably not going to happen. These guys over here are going to get wound up a bit, and it's going to carry on drifting out this way, and we may get attacks coming from this sort of direction. But they're not going to come this way, which means they'll path straight past the areas I'm about to start building in. So, I've got a blueprint for this. So bring in my railway system, like, fine, like this. We don't have any of this rail, of course, but never mind. So that can come down to here. Then can't have a turn around there. Go a little bit further, and then have it turn around like that. So it goes round the Roboport. Those will all link together happily. I have run out of Roboports, which is not surprising because I'm not building them. But that's okay. At the moment, I'm just sort of sketching out designs for things. This is where having a station blueprint would probably actually be a good idea. So let's go and see what I can copy from Norvis, and then make sure it's good. We can turn pollution off on Norvis because I don't care. What's my artillery train up to? Okay, it's on its way back to reload. Fine. So I want to drop off. In fact, I want several drop-off stations, but they're all going to be solid drop-offs. Solids. So these would do. It's possibly a little overscale for what I'm doing on Gleba, but I think that's probably okay. I'm gonna have 2 for now, so I'll just put in that much. I did say I was going to think about making blueprints for these, and I do think that's a good idea. So let's do that. How much of this do I want? So if I make this my blueprint, if I try to do that again but properly, if I make this my blueprint and then remove all of this, this is going to be a slightly slow process. The idea, yeah. So this should be just a single station for dropping off. I think I'll get rid of the Roboport from it as well. Should probably have kept that belt feeding the supply of fuel through. That might have been a useful thing to have built in. I'll put that much of it back in just to remind me that we need to have that in there. I don't need this piece of rail across the top. That'll come from the next one. Pylon there certainly can't hurt. And I suppose I should parameterize it as well, shouldn't I? So we have, this is the, presumably, yes, this is a green supply to drop will be parameter 0. Doesn't need to be an ingredient of anything. We don't need to have a red parameter because that's the one that's set down here. Probably. I think I must be right. And what are you dropping? And that's for We'll find out in a moment. Anyway, let's put that into the blueprint book for now. And then we'll go over to Gleba, put it down, see what we get. So over here, I'm going to want to put down of course, my landfill production area is going to be in the way. Didn't think of that. We'll put that there. And then the supply to drop is going to be one of the fruits. So we'll go for Yamako, sure. And now hopefully we can check here. So you are going to have, yes, you've got to order a train if Yamako is less than 10,000. Fine. And down here we're requesting Yamako. Good. That then needs to go onto here. But I pulled it it's turned too far. That's fine as well though, because I can do this. Point downwards. What's the closest you can do? The closest you can do is there. Okay, that's fine. And then the same up at the other end here. We'll get to that in a moment. And then I guess I'll put in another one, and that goes here. And I'll put that. I'll get rid of the solar panels there because we don't actually need them. Oops. Put that one there, and that's going to be bringing in the other one, the other fruit, the jelly nuts. And then that needs to join onto here. Oh, this is fiddly. There's too many different directions of railway available now. Can I join you on there? That looks like a join. Okay. Well, I'll link the ones at the top as well in a bit. Okay, so that's now an output of both of these from both of these areas. This one is going to have issues with. In fact, this entire area is now completely unnecessary. So let's get rid of all of this. We've mined up all of the stone in this one from this patch, unlike the other one, which was just virtually all of it. So there's no point in having any of this. How much landfill is there in there? 3,800. I'm not going to just dump that straight into the logistics system because I'll regret it. But what I will do is replace both of these chests. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. Replace both of these chests with green chests, and that means the bots will come over and grab landfill from them when they need it. That I see as being useful. Okay, that one and that one. Are you in orange area? Yes, you are. Right. So drop-off stations accomplished. Let's go and let's go and program the system. I don't know why I'm flying over there. Let's go and program the system to make some roboports now. So what goes into a roboport? That's my next question. It is steel, gears, and reds. So that can go in up here, or at least it could if I wasn't running completely out of red circuits. You're going to have to go, unfortunately. Why am I so low on red circuits? Because I've run out of green circuits. Why am I short of green circuits? Because I've run out of iron. Okay, so the iron production system down here is woefully inadequate for my... What's going on? Why is this broken? The hell? In fact... Oh, there's some coming in from the bottom. But what I remember fiddling with breaking this a while back, but I thought I'd fixed it. So what do we need to have here? The iron needs to go onto the inner side of the belt. So we need that. I don't know how that got unfixed, but never mind. That's going to be a nice supply of iron, which hopefully will fix all of my problems. Then up here, I guess have that. You are going to be making roboports, and that requires steel and red and gear and green chest. And you are therefore going to connect to the network and run until there are... The way I'm expanding at the moment, let's make it 30 roboports. It's going to take a while to make that many, but that's fine. Wait, I'm already making them here. Stop that. I'm already making them, idiot. I'm apparently completely blind and didn't notice that I was already making the roboports. So we'll just leave that one there. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining, and yeah, hopefully there won't be too many. There won't be too many Glebans. We'll see how. We'll see how it goes. So cliffs demarcate the solid ground. Okay. Oh, I see. So yeah, you mean this is the edge of it coming round here, and sort of round here. That makes a certain amount of sense, because then the areas I was talking about as being potential fruit growing areas Less solid. Yeah, okay. I think I'm slowly starting to see how the the area, how the map works. But I also think I've probably got enough, just about enough land down here, and also enough landfill that I can sort of get by. I hope I don't have to just fill in this whole area here. Maybe we'll work around it or something. Actually, maybe I should be coming over to here. This looks like it could be an absolutely enormous area of solid land, but then again, it might not be. It's it's a weird planet and hard to tell. In fact, this area up here might be better because it is mostly, there's a lot of solid ground. It's just this area, these purple bits in the middle. I'm not going to rethink my plans. I think that way lies madness. I am going to consider that perhaps I should have just started building quite a bit further north, but I've got quite a lot of pollution in this area, so I think it's probably better not to, and stick with the safer areas. Fine, give me the... What? Oh, am I requesting those? I am requesting those. Okay, that's why I was given them. Fair enough. Right, and then up here we lose that. That then goes into so many directions of rail. Into here, and similarly that one goes on to... Is that a valid place to put it? Looks like it. That goes to there. So, just like that, I have my station set up now. Yeah, this is all squishy area out here, so we don't want to go that way. We want to stay over this side. So what I did before, everything is going to come from the fruit. So we want to bring the fruit in at the top, do fruit processing first, but I want to make sure it's all expandable this time rather than having the getting it a little bit cramped like it is over here. So I'm going to try and do basically I'm going to try and do everything off a main bus type design. Everything off everything going off to the side, so it can be expanded as much as necessary when necessary. So we're going to start off with essentially this system. Ooh, and we've got a power crisis again. How have we still got a power crisis? I've put in all of these extra steam turbines. Okay, the power crisis passes very, very quickly, but... So there's a step... Oh, that was the Tesla turrets were all firing, and that took me to my maximum power production. Do you know we're still on? What is the shortage here? So these are all full of water. These are full of steam, but only producing half of the available power. Oh no, they're not. They're not full of steam. They have no steam. These are still hot. Oh, that would help. So I guess what's happening is the steam is all coming out of here, flowing into this pipe, and then being split between them. Which seems a little bit odd, but okay. So now we should have... There we go. Now they're producing their full power. Now it's a nice bumpy line again. So hopefully that means, yeah, we've now got a maximum power output of 116 megawatts instead of 76. So that is now better. We should be okay, he says, with cautious optimism. Just need to keep burning the fruit pulp to generate enough power. And this up here, we're still unloading all of the trash from here, all of the the stuff that's gone off. What's it called? Spoilage. Despite all of the building I've been doing, but fine. And lots of this Yamako mesh is going off and being passed through as spoilage as well, but tops up a little bit. That's fine. So this is all fine. I think as long as we don't run out of spoilage going through here, then that seems probably all right. I guess what I should be doing is controlling this belt here, connecting it up to all of these chests and telling that to run whenever there's more than mumble spoilage in all of the chests down here. But I'll worry about that another time. Yeah, I'm glad everyone seems to be having the same trouble that I am with the Gleba color scheme, because I don't feel it's particularly good. I think, or maybe it's just that Gleba is such an alien planet. Everything feels a bit weird, and I just can't deal with it. So we are cooking up the bacteria over here as fast as the iron bacteria as fast as we can, and then that's letting it go off at whatever rate iron bacteria does, like that. So this is all getting fed out to my found. No, these aren't even foundries over here. Should bring some foundries over so I get 50% more out for my inputs. So that'd be a good idea. Oh, now we've got enough red circuits to start making the roboports as fast as we theoretically want to. Let's put that up to 50 because I am expanding at the moment, not just because of not just because I had a big dinner. Okay, so where was I? Yes, I was going to say I want to put in some of this fruit pulping system. So that is an input belt for both of them, and output belts along the middle, and we'll sort that out and then we'll tidy this up in a moment. So we'll put this. This is still going to be the top of the system. Everything comes from the fruit pulping. So put this in here, and what happens? So down here, yes, we then have these go in the opposite direction actually, like that. This is the fruit coming in. So these are my Yamakos. They come from here. These are my mumble things. The other ones are jelly nuts. I'm building with blue belts. That's sort of, I don't know, a thing. They come from over here. That should be a bit lower down. Like that. Does that fit? Have I put this in the wrong place? Yes, I've not lined these stations up, oh, for goodness sake. Right, well, at least it's only a blueprint, so doing that is cheap and easy. So let's line this up, actually line this up with the other one. That would mean it would go there. And you're the brain fruit, jelly nuts. So you don't happen like that. And none of this happens. There we go. And this joins onto there, I suppose. Right, try it again. Then we have, that would not be there, it would be there. Then this comes down and joins onto there. Lovely. So there's my fruit inputs. I've then got my pulped fruit outputs here. And my trash, but that's fine. Got seeds coming out here. Ah, yes, the trains are going to need to. Yes, so let's have 3 wagons doing. So I'm going to cut that off. 3 wagons bringing fruit potentially. We may not use them all. We'll see. And then the 4th one can be taking the seeds and the seeds and rockets back out, and any other ammunition I end up deciding I want to have to make sure that the other end of the system can keep shooting. Okay, so we'll rebuild those later. So plenty of fruit coming down through here. We're taking out any of the trash here. Now. I'm going to leave this size for now, but also I'm going to leave plenty of room for expansion over this way. So that means we then bring any spoilage through like this, and like this, just to get rid of it as necessary. That can all come through here and be taken out on these belts as well, which then come over to about here and start heading downwards like this. Now I haven't brought in the nutritional stuff on the for the bio facilities yet. Now previously I was doing that on the other side, on one side of the belt, wasn't I? So we had the fruit on the one side and the nutrition and the feed on the other. Yes, we did, and then passing the seeds outwards out to the side. We've already got the seeds being passed outwards, so we need to stick with that. What's the chances of getting seeds out? 2%. Okay, so I don't need too much on there. But I do need to bring the food in for them. So these are actually going to have to be there's going to have to be kinks on these belts in order to bring the. Is that all green? I thought I intended to make these blue. just to save the green for where it might be needed. There we go. So yeah, so these are going to have to be food on the other side. So let's do that. If I bring the food back up here, actually there's plenty of space. Let's let my bus be a little bit more spread out. So bring the food up here, and then I can put in splitters along here like this. The downside of this system is it does mean that you're slightly limiting the amount of. Actually, if I upgrade to green, yeah, you're slightly limiting the amount of input you can get along. That's the wrong belt. No, it isn't. That's the right belt. You're slightly limiting the amount of input you can get through here, and leaving the stuff on one side of the belt to go off and fester a bit, which isn't ideal. But I think in this particular case, it's probably going to be the best I can do. Okay, that's probably all right. So the next stage is going to be, and I'm going to do a lot of copy pasting here because the basic designs aren't too bad. It's just that they're all a bit too squashed in and compact, and there isn't room for all the stuff I'm trying to do. So the next bit is going to be turning the two types of fruit into into nutrient goo. So, and I wanted to do the reason I've got these belts flowing through like this is in an attempt to keep the bioflux as fresh as possible. Because if you bring in fresh Yamako mash and fresh jelly, you get decently fresh bioflux out. If you bring in slightly stale, then you get slightly stale coming out, and so on. So ideally, the point of these systems, the reason the belts are flowing back and forth past everything, is because everything down to here, it matters how fresh the fruit stuff is, where it's being made from. So, given that, let's take a copy of this because it's probably basically all right, and then go and work out whether it's actually all right. That can be put in as the next layer down, so we'll put that in about here. I don't want to put things too close together because that way lies chaos and inability to expand. So what I want to do here, I think, and we'll see how this goes, is if I split off the fruit types here, and this is where having a bit of extra space on the belt is going to come in very, very handy. Just do that a little bit lower down. There to there. So I'm going to run this across like that. I want to run this then, so as I was saying, I don't want this to, I want this to always be fresh, so I don't want it to sit on the belt here. So that means I think I then want to run it back up across here and then back into these two splitters. So that there's always the fresh stuff. So it'll then carry on flowing down here. And okay, it might go round, or better would be to bring it over and down and split it and put it back in just below. But that's going to require, what if instead of this I take all of this and move it up a bit. So we put that there. We put that then there instead. Then this belt can come across, down, and back in again. And then we put in another splitter that takes the... this is going to be Yamako mash at this point. Takes the mash out to the left, fine. And that's going to be the far one. So this would then come across here and go in like that into another splitter. And this one would go across to here and go into that splitter, and that goes there. So now, yeah, we're splitting them both out here. They're going to flow around here, be used up as much as required, and then flow back onto their original belts over here. That should be fine. I'm going to have it all on... These could just be on the same belt, couldn't they? Why am I doing it like this? Why don't I move all of this up to there? and likewise all of this. Wait, what have I done here? Oh, I see. Do that. Don't need any of this. Okay, so this is still going to be nutrients coming up here. Right, so there's going to be one type of fruit on either side of the belt here, and I was getting enough throughput there, but am I going to want to change my mind on that? I think I might be going to. No, because I can start using stack exerters. I'm already using stack exerters. How full is the fruit belt at the moment? Not even slightly. Okay, so there's an enormous amount of room for expansion here. So I think I'm okay with putting it all onto one belt for now. Because I'm already putting it all onto one belt. I'm currently putting it all onto one belt over here, and there is enormous amounts of space on that belt. So I think that's fine, especially if I take the seeds out and deal with them differently. So yes, that's going to come down here. All right, I apologise for the way this stream is going. This is going to be a lot of me staring at things and talking about it and designing stuff as I go. But you know, I think that's sort of. Is that why you come here? I hope so. So we're going pour that down here. We're going to have it all coming down the one belt. And that means I don't need any of this or this. This can just be fed straight back onto the belt there. So we're going to have both the fruits coming around here. This still needs nutrition, of course. We still need pizza for this area. And how are we feeding that in at the moment? It's obviously one of these. Yes, we're feeding it in at the bottom. Where's the output? Okay, I was doing something weird along here. I've got cables along here as well. Let's get rid of all of those for the time being, because I don't think I was using them. Snick. I had weird wiggly belts, didn't I? Yes, so the fruit belt wiggled, and then the food, and then the bioflux was put out onto. The bioflux was put out onto this nutrient belt here. Okay. And the nutrient belt is. Well, it's flowing constantly, but that's because we're throwing it all away, I think. Yeah, we're putting it all into here to be spoiled. Good. I'm glad the stream of consciousness is what you're here for, because there's going to be a lot of that. So coming back to over here, because I don't want to use long inserters for anything. We've only got two. We've only got the two inputs and the two outputs. Where the two outputs granted are three inputs, and yeah, it's because there's three inputs and one output all en masse, and then small amounts possibly of another output. So yes, we do need to have a wiggly belt going on through here, which makes things a little bit harder. Not impossibly hard, but a little bit harder. So you are just unloading everything. That's slightly surprising. Let's leave a little bit more space for this. I think I can move you down about that much. So this belt is the input belt. So that comes in from here like this, goes down there. Those are all inputs. Comes up again here, goes across and down because that's the input. And then somehow that's an I know what's going on. So get rid of that. Let's put in a fourth machine just for the hell of it. So that would then go up there and across and down. And then that means now we can extend that as well, of course. That means we've got the underground. Where am I? There's an underground. So we're using underground belts like this to take away the bioflux. I don't know why that's only. I don't know why those aren't stack exerters, but we'll upgrade them in a moment. I don't know why they're not filtered for that matter. Then down here, this is where we're going to bring in the food. So we've got these green inserters across the top. They're bringing in the Yamako mash and the jelly, which comes from fruit process pulping up there. And then this one across the middle is taking away the bioflux, and then these ones at the bottom need to bring in nutrients and I also need to take away spoilage somewhere. Do I do that separately? We should, in theory, we shouldn't produce spoilage. And so if we do produce spoilage, it should be in relatively small quantities. And I could put the spoilage, I could let the spoilage just come out onto the belt here. But I'd quite like to upgrade these to stack inserters so we can stack up the bioflux. And that means we then need to do a separate unloading for the spoilage. So let's get rid of those three. Let's turn these into stack inserters. Biff, baff, boff, not you. Biff, like that. And we'll have another input one there just because we can. 4 of these machines is probably overkill. But I don't really care. You guys need to be programmed, so I want to filter you to just bioflux. That one. Like that. You're supposed to be a... Is that a stack? There's a stack. Okay, great. So they're all programmed to just unload the bioflux. There is an inevitability of us having some spoilage to get rid of, though. It's just bound to happen at some point, no matter how hard we try to be careful. So we'll do that to get rid of spoilage, and fine, blue belts for that. Uh-oh. Why are you getting it? Where are you, and why are you getting smashed up? And what have you got in you? So you're currently at Aquilo. You're loading up with... You're trying to make some ammunition, and then you'll be ready to go. No, you haven't got enough freezers. That's probably okay. We've got enough freezers now. So we're just waiting for another 4, 3, 2, 1, and there she blows. Right. So I assume what happened there is a large rock came sort of drifting in gently from the side and pinged one of these things. And the bullet turrets weren't enough to get rid of it. So it looks like I need to have some... rocket turrets down the side of this. So the theory was I only need the rocket turrets across the top, plinking these large rocks as we fly towards them. But it seems like the red ammunition is kind of pathetic against the big asteroid. So if one comes in sideways when it's parked, that causes problems. So I'm going to need to do some redesigns of this. To be honest, putting one of the... What's the range on these? So that one has the range to go all the way back to the second grabber down the side. So if I put one in down about here, that would have the range to completely protect the ship. Maybe stick them here and here. So one here and one here. And with long inserters there and there. And you know what? Let's fill the gaps in there and there. Problem is, we don't have the flooring and we don't have the missile launcher. So this is going to need to fly past Gleba again and get some more rocket launchers to be properly protected. But when it has got those, it'll be protected. It'll have 360-degree protection. It's only just going to have protection across the back of it. But I think any rocks that are coming in from the sides are going to be going very, very slowly. And it only takes 2 or 3 rockets to take out a big asteroid. Is that a big one? Yes, big one. It takes 1 to take out a small one. Let's watch this guy. Is he going to get shot? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 rockets to take out one of those. So a rocket drifting in slowly from the side is easily going to get taken out. But that's not going to happen until we fly it to Gleba at some point. Oh, it's flying to Gleba at the moment. Flying past Gleba specifically. Yeah. Have you missed any new developments? I am slowly trying to rebuild my original glebing system from over here. Rebuilding it over here in with a better design. And just sort of kind of trying not to forget anything, whilst leaving expansion space over to the side here, as you can see, and trying to get things vaguely right. So we will see how that goes. At the moment, and I feel like I don't feel like I've done anything dumb yet, but you know, hasty word, and it's easy to say that, and much harder to not do anything dumb. And because I don't really know Gleba all that well, so the chances are I'm going to make mistakes as I build this. But we'll see how we get on, and then order in all the bits and pieces I need to build it. At the moment, the railway is unsurprisingly not really getting built. But yeah, we will do our best and see how things can go. Is that going to miss that roboport? No, it's not. Oh well, it can probably go under it. It's only, what is this? This is going to be the bioflux. So that's kind of important. Okay, so that's that. The next thing is going to be making the bioflux into pizza. And that's really, really easy. It is literally just take in bioflux and then output. Well, you need to be able to output spoilage. How do these guys output spoilage? I don't think they do. Oh, right, I think we need these along here. I'm surprised this hasn't jammed. That, and that. In fact, we've got so much nutrient coming through here that, yeah, I'm mildly surprised, and also slightly surprised. I think I should probably set these to be filtered to the nutrients, because otherwise they could end up trying to unload a quantity of spoilage and get stuck with it in their hand. Will they? No, because they try and pick up from. Maybe they won't pick up from inside a machine if there isn't a full stack of it, a full handful. No, there's 155. I don't know. We weren't getting rid of the spoilage anyway, and that was could potentially be a problem. So yes, it's just these machines, and then inserting and exerting. So we'll put. But they do need. Oh, they need to feed themselves, of course. Okay, that's fine. We'll feed the food in top and bottom. Right. Let's put. So they'll put these in. Next row down is going to be making food. Let's put those there. And this is all going to have bioflux on one side, and then it's going to have nutrients put onto the other side. So now I want to have stack inserters exerting along here, like so. I haven't really thought about power. I've left enough spaces, that's fine. What have we got coming out over here? What you? Oh, you're taking stuff in. Oh, that's food, nutrients, of course. So nutrients come in here. And nutrients are produced here. My thinking, the reason I've slowed down and I'm going here is because I'm trying to decide if I can right. So I think what I want to, yeah. So the nutrients will be fed up this way. So what I've done over here is I've put the nutrients and the bioflux on the same belt to save belts, where is it? So yeah, put the nutrients and the bioflux onto the same belt, with the theory being that so many of the machines require nutrients and bioflux, I might as well just have one grabber taking for all of them. Because down here, for example, these are nutrients and bioflux. These are nutrients and bioflux. So much stuff requires those two that having them together feels like it makes sense. So I'm going to stick with doing that. But I don't want to feed bioflux northwards. That would be silly. So that's what this belt over here is for. So I think if I put an underground from there to there, but then just feed this. This is not my bioflux. Yeah, this is my bioflux. Feed this along here and in and down and out like that. That's going to be one of them on each side. And yes, these machines then require both. So if I feed that in there, I'm putting a splitter like that. There we go. So yeah, that's the sort of design I'm going for. We've got the bioflux coming down here. So bioflux and nutrients on this belt here, going into here and feeding that. I will also need an emergency kickstart system for when we inevitably run out of bioflux. When we inevitably run out of something and the whole system shuts down. So where should I put that? I guess because it's going to be specifically these two banks of machines that are going to need it. I also need to get rid of any spoilage off there as well, but I'll do that in a moment. So this is a spoilage belt. This is getting crowded. Let's move all of this down one. So I've got room to put in a thingamawhatsit. Move it down two. So I've got plenty of room to put in a thingamawhatsit. Thingamawhatsit is a power thing, substation. There's room for substations in there now. It's going to be top side of it, down to here. So I could feed some nutrients in onto the bottom side of this belt somewhere, and then that would allow this to start running again, and also onto the bottom side of this belt. So having an assembly machine down here somewhere that will do an emergency kickstart. And I'm going to put the belt the wrong way, inserted the wrong way around there. And I will put a chest on the input here. So this is going to be one that makes does the nutrients from spoilage. So if there's an absolute crisis, we can put some nutrients into here. So we put some spoilage into here. That should be that one the other way around, actually. Flip the insert around. It will start making nutrients here. And that will allow me to have... I'm going to do this with yellow belts because this is going to be a very, very slow occasional input. I'm not going to do this with yellow belts because it's not going to be long enough. Input into there, and then I guess that goes through to there. That goes underneath and in there and in there. Right. So in case of emergency, let's just upgrade this to blue. We can then tell this system to start turning the spoilage in here into nutrients, feed it through here, and that'll kickstart this machine and these machines. Oh, and I need to do these ones up here as well. Oh. Of course, it's more complicated than I'm thinking. Yeah, because there won't be, if it's all broken down, there won't be anything in these. These won't be able to run, so we won't get anything onto here. I need to put it onto here. Yes. So I can feed that through there. So, right, there we go. So this will always treat the going up to all of these machines as a priority, and hopefully we'll be able to get enough spoilage from wherever. In fact, let's make this a green chest, and then it can always request a large quantity of spoilage, which stacks up really, really highly, as I remember. So we can always request 2,000 spoilage, have that fill this box up, and then dump it into here as and when we need it. Right. I extended that a little bit. Let's put in some substations so we can tell we can actually make sure we can actually power everything here, and then go through and go, what have I forgotten? Like the seed outputs on both of these, I've completely forgotten. So I'm leaving that one square up like that. So there's room for another belt in there. I can put that one there. And can I put one here? Yes, there's a gap in that, but I don't see that being a problem because there's no belts. There's nothing that needs power in the gap there. Let's put one there, and then another one down here. Right, so let's run through this and again fix the problems. So we'll use a yellow belt for the seed disposal because we don't need anything faster. Oop. And that can come across here. This railway will go through here like that eventually. So I can then make this come up here. And feed into the system up here that's going to be dealing with that at some point. We'll also be bringing rockets in this way as well. And then we can have another yellow belt coming out from here like that, and that's gone under. Good. I don't think it's done any weirdnesses. Excellent. Yes, I probably could set up the inserter for the spoilage for nutrients to on some sort of intelligent system. That's something I will think about when it becomes necessary, I think, rather than immediately. But yes, it should in theory be possible to set that up to be a bit more, to be somewhat intelligent about that. Did those bots fly away quickly enough that they didn't get damaged by the boom puff going off? I think they might have done. Okay, so there's seeds coming in there, seeds coming in over here. That's a problem for later on. Okay, so now let's have a quick look at this. So we've got fruit pulp coming in along here, being grabbed by these. For some reason, these aren't stack inserters, but that seems to be okay. I'm going to get rid of these speed modules because I'd rather have more machines than speed modules because that gives me more capacity for expansion later. And also it uses a lot less everything. Resource power and stuff like such like. So I'll probably need more machines because I've just slowed them down a bit. But that's fine. I've got all this space for them, and I'd rather expand like that. So we get along here. We get in. The fruit comes in along here. That's that one. The seeds go out. The seeds are the next thing here, so they come out across the top here. The fruit, the Yamako mash fruit pulp comes out onto here, and so does any spoilage. We are feeding them nutrients as well. That's going to come in along this belt and also along here. So we're going to have the nutrients coming in as well. Good. I think that is all correct. Anything that spoils on that belt is then going to get sent down here and go onto this middle belt to be disposed of through the rest of the system because other stuff on there is potentially going to spoil as well. So I think that's all okay. And I've run out of researches to do. Can we do what would be nice? Actually, oh yes, I was running through and going, anything that's about 5,000, that's what I was doing, wasn't I? That I remotely care about. So I don't care about that, don't care about that. I care a little bit about that because I do have lasers in my suit, so making them a little bit better would be nice. Mining productivity is only 6,000, that's about 5,000. That's 17,000, which is not about 5,000. All right, we'll do that one as well. That's 8,000, which is significantly more, 7.5. 2,000, all right, let's have a bit more artillery. 8, 16, that's about 5, we'll have one of those. That's 7.5. So it's not. I'll have another one of the healths. Healthy fellow, or Astro productivity. And railgun damage we're onto then. So there we go. That's going to rattle through a load of relatively easy researches. We'll get them done. And then I've got exactly the same system set up for this one. So all of that should, I think, be okay. We should be able to. What was this? Was there something I thought of? No, we're dealing with all of the waste products along here correctly. I think. Then down here, so we've got fruit coming along, flowing past it, and then heading onwards again. That's fine. That's going to bring in. So that's bringing in the two inputs there. We've got both of those. Then we've got an output of bioflux that's being unloaded here by the stack inserters. That's going to go through here and onwards. That seems to be okay. And we've got nutrients coming in along this belt, but we're not dealing with any nutrients that go off. So that's a potential problem. So I need to put in another one of these, like that. I guess like that, but probably the other side, and then pass it round to here. And we'll accept we have to extend that at some point. Okay, so that brings that out across here and under. Well, it doesn't need to be an underground anymore. We'll get rid of those. So I think that's correct. We've got those are just going to flow straight past. So we don't need to worry about disposing of any scrap, spoilage that's built up. We've got those two inputs and that output. We're bringing in nutrients along here, feeding them in here, and we're taking away any spoilage onto here. We could put the spoilage onto one of the belts up here, but I've kind of filled it up with inserters already, so I'm probably not going to do that. In fact, I noticed that I've got the pattern wrong here. That should be there. That should be there, and there should be one of those there. So we've got two inserters loading into each one of these. I don't know if that's strictly necessary. It seems a bit overkill, but I'd rather have too much than too little along here. No, fine. And again, I'm going to get rid of these speed modules and adjust the speed through putting in more systems as and when necessary. Oh, bung that out over here somewhere. So I have another dedicated spoilage belt over here. I probably don't really need that, but there's no harm in it, I don't think. Right, so how are we getting on? So those seem to be pretty happy. The only input here, we are dealing with potential spoilage from it. Next one, down here, we are not bringing in anything. So down here, we're bringing in the bioflux underneath and also the nutrients because they're going to be on the same belt because they're being fed round from here. So that should be all right. So those will both come in here, and then I need another copy of this on the end of here, and another belt to take it away, like this. And also, you know what? In that case, let's put in these disposal systems here, here, here to get rid of any spoilage that builds up in these guys. And then these stack inserters can be filtered to just do the nutrients. And so we'll have just nutrients on that belt, which is quite nice. Then feed them, yeah, so they'll come down here. Nice fresh nutrients, nice fresh bioflux coming in here to make more nutrients, which is good. Although we don't care about the freshness of nutrients, really, do we? Or do we? Should I just run this belt? I could just run this belt back out again. Forget that bit. Just do this. And run that to, not you, run that to here. And you know what I'm thinking at this point? If I'm running these belts in and round and then joining them back on again, what's the point in having the belts here? This could just be, and at the moment, in the original design, I am feeding all of the all the fruit pulp past the bioflux machines, past the nutrient machines, and then onto the egging machines. And it doesn't take very long to get there. So it's probably going to be okay to just do the same sort of way. Yes, the blueprint sandbox is the one that we've generally used, Urim, and it seems to be perfectly adequate. So yeah, I'd suggest giving that one a shot. So that's what we use. We use that all the way through the space exploration run, and yeah, it did the job. So yeah, down here again, let's just do that. Nope, that and that and that. Because then, yeah, it might as well all just flow straight past. Although now I don't have anything to do with the spoilage from here. So actually, let's take those out and put them up here, and then I can put in a belt along here like this, and feed it in up here. Then we've still got this spoilage belt here, but we're loading it from the out the other side of the machine. So that should be fine, and then I don't need that or that. And let's upgrade these guys just because we can. Yeah, that feels like it makes a bit more sense. We've got just got this simple one simple loop of the simple loops of the fruit and the bioflux there, because we don't really need to run them any more than that. Right. So the next thing is egg production. This is the dangerous bit. The upgrade planner. I pressed Alt U. I'm not sure which bit you're asking about, Sophia, but I pressed Alt U to go to the upgrade planner, as if I pressed on the button there, and then that upgrades anything you drag over. So if I drag over these yellow belts, they'll be upgraded to red. If I drag over blue inserters, they'll be upgraded to green inserters. And the more stuff you drag over, everything underneath that will get upgraded one tier. And you can drag and right click and drag to downgrade stuff exactly the same way. Okay, so this is going to require both belts to go past it. Right, and we've got I think I'm going to have to stick with exactly the same design here. There shouldn't be too much spoilage coming out of the top. Okay, yeah, I might have just dragged across quickly because it was a relatively straightforward thing. Right, so I'm going to have... This is going to be exactly the same system as I've got previously, because I think this is good. This works nicely, and we haven't had too many breakouts of pentas. So we'll bring this down and put it in over here. I've got some extra stuff actually, so let's move it across 3 like that, and I'm going to bring the belts in and then back out again. So I'll move that down another 4 like that, maybe call it 5, so I've got a bit of extra space. So do that, and then here we've got the which way round are they on this one? The not it matters a huge amount, I don't think, but it's probably better to be unloading the spoilage onto the far belt, the one with the fruit stuff on it. So okay, near side is nutrients, and I think that's convenient because yes, near side is going to be nutrients here. So bring that. No. Near side is nutrients. That comes over to here, down to here, like that, and then far side is fruit. There we go. Plenty of room, well, some room for expansion. We're getting into swampy territory over here, but basically, I think it's kind of okay. So this is the yeah. So we've got the fruit belt coming around here, getting the feeding all the eggs as necessary, taking out the spoilage. That's all fine. Got the egg circulatory system going on down here, where we'll unleash any spare eggs onto this belt, but otherwise we can just pass the eggs round and round and round as we egg them on. Are you taking you're taking the most spoiled out, which is good because otherwise we'd end up with them hatching over here. I am going to need to put defences in, but the I should make sure there's room to put a lightning turrets in that gap across the top, and there is not. So we're going to take all of that and we're going to move it down another square, off like that. Then I can put in a power substation in the middle, like that. I've got the ones at the bottom. Okay, I can put one in the. Do I even need that? I don't, but I will need it to power. I'll need another one there. If I put one in here, then I've got loads of room to put in a solid row of lightning turrets across here. How many lightning turrets is too many? No such thing. There we go. So that'll fry any pentas any of the eggs that hatch, which is exactly what we want. Then I can bring this belt back out here, this belt back out to here, and we are carrying on south. Good. This seems to be. I feel like this is coming together reasonably sensibly. I may be being wildly over optimistic about that, but it feels like it's coming together nicely, and is a bit more organised than the previous design. And I'm getting it, and now I've got out of the area. The stuff below here no longer needs to be quite as fresh as the stuff that I've done up to this point. Oh no, wait, there's still the science packs. Science packs are the most important. So we take science packs, take the eggs from above. I think I might have might unload the science packs onto a different. Oh, they do go off though, don't they? So we'll have a rocket area nearby. But I think if I take the science packs out to the north, rather than putting them onto this belt and then filtering that, because it's a little bit silly, we don't need fruit for the science. What does science actually need? It needs bioflux, and it needs nutrients, and it needs eggs. Okay, that's easy enough then. Copy that, and then down here. And, I'm going to put in a third one and a fourth. Well, I'm going to go up to 3 for now, because part of the point of this is that I'm expanding a little bit. So I might need more eggeries as well, but we'll worry about that later. So the eggs come down here, go in here, and they can be gobbled up by this system, and then they disappear onto a trash belt. How do I want to deal with that? Now the idea was, what I was doing before was just feeding them straight past and then taking them away to be trashed. That's easy enough. I can put them onto this belt. My concern is, what if there's no room on this belt? But I don't think this belt's going to be very full. So let's not mess around. Let's put in a heating tower on the end of this and just destroy them straight away. There's no point in being sort of trying to save, well, anything. Put a heating tower there. Actually, what I should do. No, I didn't want to move that belt. I want to put that there. In the interest of expandability, if I do that, and then put my heating tower here, then if I want to expand it, I don't have to faff around moving the heating tower. I can just extend this. I can just extend this belt out, put more of these in, and that'll just work. So then, how are we doing down here? So this is going to be feeding the stuff we need in, which is nutrients and bioflux, which is this belt. Yes, this belt. So this one comes down here, and yet again does the go in and come back out thing. I'm going to go down a little bit just to avoid this Roboport, because I've got everything in a slightly silly place because I didn't plan very carefully, and the Roboport's sort of in the way. Yeah, so the bots don't get destroyed. They knock over the boom puff and then buzz off, which is quite impressive. I'll demonstrate. So this one, the bottle will come out and demolishes boom puff. Yeah, the bot has flown away before it actually explodes. That's quite impressive. Well done, that bot. Okay, so that's that. And I now need to produce a rocket, essentially, to take the science packs away. So we're going to be putting in a rocket silo in here. That's a space thing, unsurprisingly. You know what? I'm just going to put this here and have that belt go round below it. So I'm just going to put you there. And we won't do these undergrounds here. There's no need. This can just go below. And we'll have all the rocket parts coming in here. I'm trying quite deliberately to be not wasteful with space, but not try to save space, because I'd rather waste an enormous amount of space, build all the way down to here or here or whatever, than come back later and go, oh, this is so cramped, why didn't I build this a bit bigger? I do need to make more big pylons though, which I can do up here. You guys, big pylons. You need sticks. Why are sticks a thing? Am I making sticks for something else? I have a feeling I am, but I can't think what for, and I might be thinking of a different planet. I think I'm thinking of a different planet. I mean, we have iron around, so that's not a serious problem. It just means I need to move this again. Probably to... Yeah, putting it over here will work. Like that. Then 1, 2, and sticks and stones. I mean poles. And you're going to need that and that, and that. Not that one. And you're going to be programmed for pylons. Large pylons. There we go. 100, whatever. Belt. Oh yeah, and sticks. Oh no, sticks are already done. I've turned alt mode off because I was cat-handing with a keyboard apparently. Right, there we go. That'll start making the pylons and building out the roboports in the area that I'm trying to build. We've got up to 13 over here, so that's more than none. And it's still the red circuits that are the problem, but whatever. Eventually, I'll have a system down here that's producing all of these things, and then we can squirt them off to the side and have a bus here, over here probably, or down here, making all of the bits and pieces for actually making a factory, a normal Norvian factory type things. So, this point, we've done all the time sensitive stuff. It doesn't matter if we make copper bacteria from bioflux or from fruit that's about to go off. Doesn't matter at all. We can just do that. We can do that in whatever quantities with whatever freshness we like. So that's nice and not too. They're not fussy basically, but they do need to be done in biochamber. So we'll be adding some more of those in down there, and then beyond that. Is there anything else? Yes, we're making plastic requires fruit. It doesn't have to be fresh, but we have to have some fruit coming in to make the plastic. And again, it's done in biochambers. So, okay, lots of things require nutrients still, but nutrients, the freshness doesn't matter. So I'm not going to worry about that. Oh, and we need fruit for the in fact, Yamaka mash again for the what are you? This thing for the carbon fiber and spoilage up here, which is. Okay, is a thing. Why is there iron going around here? Oh, it's to make rockets, fine. So, essentially what I want to do now is take this whole area and stretch it, unpack it, stretch it out to not be horrible and tight and nasty. So we'll have an area producing the two metal ores, and then feed that basically down a long pipe that just goes off to wherever. We don't really care, but you just need to pipe it away to an extent. Then rocket fuel as well. That's made out of that's the one that's made out of the jelly. Oh, and that requires bioflux as well, so that's slightly more complicated. Plastic, carbon, and sulfur. Yeah, okay. I think we're getting there. Of course, we're going to require water at some point. There is some water over. There is a bit of water around though, so it's not going to be too bad. Probably over here is where I'm going to get it from. Is this water? Is this water? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's water. Yeah, it's the same. It looks the same as this water, so we can stick a pump in that if we need to. Typically, down where we're actually going, there isn't any. I don't think. Is that water? It's about the right colour for water, but I have no idea. Where's my character? Let's go and have a look. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Where is it? This stuff. Okay, yeah, there's actually a little bit of water here, so I could probably put. I could probably stick in. If I was desperate, I could stick an offshore pump in along here and start slurping out of this puddle. Okay, that's a possibility. That might be the easiest place to get it from. Anyway, in the meantime, this isn't going to work here. That's going to have to be about at least here. No, I'm going to want to bring here. Yeah, probably over this side, and then I can bring the science we're producing can be brought round here. I feel like I'm building belts the way Jen was, with the sort of the just spreading them out a little bit, like a newbie, which is mildly amusing. Okay, so we have a stockpile in there. We'll wire all this up later. That's fine. We can worry about that at another time. We are going to be... Help if I took them from all of the science producers, wouldn't it? We are going to be potentially outputting spoilage from here, though. And that's going to end up on this belt too. I guess the easiest way to fix that is to put in another splitter. Like that. And say, if you find any spoilage, get rid of it. There we go, left. So that. And then... Doesn't need to be that fast, it can be this fast. Under there. To here, anyway. Right, so there's another. There's more potential spoilage disposal. So what I'm worried about is any belts that get to somewhere and then any belts that stop, basically, because if they stop, potentially that could end up with stuff ending up on them, causing problems. Oh, do I need water for the egg machines? Egg machines. These are. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, crap. Okay. Not ideal. I can run these to. Yeah, I can run these up to here. I completely forgot they needed water. Thank you for the reminder. You can go from there to. Not there. How about there? That's a nice place. Yeah, that works. Okay, well, we'll bring that over this way. This is where my bus is going, so the water has to come in over here. And what's this? No, this line was going to. This line is the nutrients that are going the other way, so we can use this column for the water. Feed that in. Actually, we should bring that in from over here, shouldn't we? If we put in a pump over this side, then this kind of, what the hell? Seriously, Gleba? Really? This is all water? Wow. Okay. There's a lot more water available than I realised. I mean, that's kind of useful, but also kind of surprising. Let's bring it in here. I can't. Yeah, there is a good place. And then run my underground pipe from to here, and then up there. I kind of think I now probably don't need this pipe at all, because having realised just how much water is available on this planet, when I inevitably need more water a bit further down, I can pull it out. I can pull it from anywhere. I'll leave the potential of having a pipe there as an option, but I won't actually put it in because I don't think it's needed. It seems a little unnecessary. But yeah, that's a good, excellent point. We've got some. There we go. Now we've got the water for those. So thank you for reminding me of those. What's the range on? Yeah, the range on these actually does reach down past anywhere where eggs should get to. So I think just leaving these Tesla towers up here should be plentiful. Should be more than enough. So we're carrying on. All we've produced so far in this entire factory is fruit, pulp, nutrients and spoilage. No, fruit, nutrients and bioflux and spoilage. And then there's a science pack being pulled out in the middle here. So that's all good. I am going to need to bring low density structures, rocket fuel, and blue circuits back up to here. But that's not going to be a problem. They can come up the middle of the bus, go off to the side here, go into the rocketomatron there. So maybe making the rocket fuel next would be quite a good move. So what's the recipe for rocket fuel? It's just fruit pulp, really, isn't it? And bioflux. So we've got bioflux jelly. Hang on. Surely it doesn't require spoilage. No, we've just got some spoilage in there because the fruit pulp went off while I was waiting for something to happen. Why you haven't unloaded it, I'm not quite sure. Why has that not unloaded it? Because that means this hasn't loaded any back up. Oh, this isn't run yet. It's a little bit concerning. But I'm guessing... Oh, and it requires water as well. Why does it require water? It doesn't know. Well, okay, it requires water as part of one of the ingredients. I kind of want this to pull some more through. Is that limited? Yes. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it did get rid of the spoilage. It was just waiting because the output was full. Okay, that's fair enough. I hoped that was the case, but I wasn't sure. Okay, back over here. I was going to say it makes sense to make the rocket pulp the rocket fuel next, and pass it straight into the rocket. I don't think it actually matters, because we're going to be making. Whether I make it here and pass it into and make it here to go up here and then pass it down to whatever other rocket silos I have further down, or whether I produce it further down and bring it back up again, it's probably much of a muchness. That said, I'm going to want additional rocket silos to take other stuff away. So Gleba is good for producing plastic. We are told repeatedly at great length. It's quite good for producing rocket. Parts. Quite good for producing rocket fuel. It's not bad at producing low density structures either, because we can make all of the ingredients here for free, but the making of them is relatively slow. So whether I'm best off producing low density structures on Gleba or Vulcanus, I can see that going either way. Gleba has the advantage that it's all of infinite resources, as long as the fruit keeps flowing. Vulcanus has the advantage that has the disadvantage that it will eventually run out of coal, but it has the advantage that you're producing your metals straight from lava, which is really fast, really easy, just gets produced in massive quantities without needing lots and lots and lots of machines. So I can sort of see that going either way. They're both good reasons to produce it on there's sort of reasons to produce it on both planets. Is the way I'm seeing it, and so I'm not 100% sure which way I'd rather do it. I'll certainly produce the low density structures for the rocket for Gleba's rocket parts on Gleba, but whether I do them in general on this planet, I'm not sure. The rocket fuel, though, I'll produce here in massive quantities because I can, and it's really easy. Fulgora also is pretty easy, but Fulgora has the slight downside of requiring water. Now, there's quite a lot of ice produced on Fulgora, but it's not as sort of semi-infinite as some of these things are. Right, let's copy all of that. And we'll have several machines doing this because I think we're going to start launching more rockets from Gleba than we are at the moment. So, several. Oh, that did not work as I wanted it to. There we go. Right, so we've got bringing in the 2 inputs here, and then so there's just these 2 as usual. It's these 2 belts coming in and going back out again. I think I'd rather not unload the junk here. So what we'll do here is we'll get we'll do it like this. So that's going to be rocket fuel. We'll take out the rocket fuel and the spoilage to the top. So we won't do this. I should have reprogrammed it before I copy and pasted it, shouldn't I, really? But never mind. So we're bringing in the inputs at the bottom, take the spoilage, these things out at the top. Spoilage is the near side, so that can go out this way, that goes out like that, and joins onto this belt. Like this, lovely. That's nice and easy. And then rocket fuel also comes out, and we do goodness knows what with it. We'll think about that later because this is a system that will produce it quite happily. Then pipes across here, like that. You can copy paste these things, Laurence. Biff, baff, boff. Pipe across the top, and yeah, as we said, might as well bring in water from somewhere out the swampy disaster zone that is Gleba. Just shove in another one. There we go. Just put in another offshore pump because it's a swamp with there's plenty of water. Right. So again, we've done the snaking the belts in and out again. So that's I think is going to work quite nicely. We've got rocket fuel coming out and potentially spoilage coming out. Those are both fine. We can deal with them. The next thing is plastic, I think. So you know what? I'm going to loop these belts round and have them make plastic on the way back out again. Because I think plastic is just the fruit, isn't it? So plastic is made from... Oh, no, it is both of them again. All 3 of them again, rather. So, yeah, we will need both the belts for plastic. And we're going to want a lot of machines making plastic, I think. So we'll do that. And yeah, if we're going to start producing lots and lots of plastic on this planet, then we're going to need a lot of these machines. Now, here's a question. Do I put these here, in which case they can just share the input belts and it'll run really nicely? And it's really, so it saves the belts there. Or do I put them here and loop the belts round to come back out again? So that the belts then are coming back out again, which they will need to at some point. No, I think let's put them here. There's something nice about... Oh, no, I'm not going to be able to put power anywhere. Well, I could put them here and then move the whole thing down a square and put the power in up by the pipes. Yeah, let's do that. Or do that. I think that is probably nicer, actually, because it gives me a bit more... Oh, I don't know. Let's do this, because it leaves a bit more space as well, which I feel like is a good thing. I don't know what I picked up then, but that's a lot of stuff just exploding out of nowhere. I should be used to that from this planet by now, but I'm still not. It is a silly place. Alright, there we go. So that's all of that thing being nonsense through there. And I'm going to use a blue belt down here because I do expect to be producing large quantities of plastic. Now, what's going on in here? I can put that inserted there, I can put that inserted there, and it'll all work. And then we need more power. Oh yeah, I was going to put power up the middle of here, wasn't I? So that can go... I could just put it there. I'm not doing anything that requires power any nearer than this. So one there and one there. And apparently I've got a power problem up here, so I'll put one of these in here. Okay, so that's the plastic. Get rid of that. Get all of these. No boom puffs, please. No boom puffs allowed. Silly, silly things. And if I get rid of them now, then the only thing that's going to get damaged is the roboports. And they're reasonably tough and can be repaired and stuff. They're tough and they're cheap. Cheapish. Rather than blowing up important belts or biochambers later. Right, oh yes, and I was also going to I was going to program all of these to be only doing plastic. With the intention of then putting in long inserters to take away the other things. But that's not going to work here. I'm going to move that roboport to there. Roboports have plenty of range, so doing that is absolutely fine. Can run a belt through there then, and another belt through here to take away any scrap. Not scrap. I keep calling it scrap because I've been playing too much space exploration about 6 months ago. But the old habits die hard, it seems. So put in that copy. There, 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 there. There and there. Right, there. And there. So there we go. That's all of my yeah, that's the plastic coming out and the spoilage coming out. So we've got another couple of nice filters there. Oh, nice, Anthony. Well done. I'm nowhere near the shattered planet myself. Working my way gradually towards it, sure, but there's a long, long way to go for me. It's going to be a big job, but I'll get there eventually, I'm sure. I suspect my current ship is not current ship design is not going to be remotely capable of getting out to the shattered planet, just because I haven't. It's capable of getting to Aquilo, and I suspect things are going to be harder the further out you go. So I'm not even going to try sending it out there because I suspect things will go extremely badly. Oh yeah, how did that happen? Also, we've got. Oh, that was because of the roboport I moved. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know how I managed to miss one of the inserters there. I feel like that means there's probably another one missing somewhere along here, but I can't see any missing ones. We'll come back and worry about that later if we need to. Right, so that's plastic, of which I may well need a large amount. What's next? Oh, metals. Metals. I haven't done the metals yet, which were sort of a higher priority beforehand, but previous time round. But this time we seem to have not worried about it too much. So yeah, metal production I think is probably going to be the next thing I should do while the fruit still has some life left in it. So the initial one takes in jelly and that's it. Takes in jelly, produces bacteria. The rest of them take in bacteria and bioflux and produce more bacteria. Okay, that's simple enough. Let's copy. Oh, I don't know what I want to copy here. Copy that and then realise it's woefully inadequate and make loads and loads of changes to it. I'm getting a little bit close to the edge of the goopy stuff over here, which is a bit of a little bit. It's mildly awkward because it means I'm going to end up using quite a bit of landfill. But I actually do have quite a lot of landfill on this planet, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll just keep building and see how things go. So this is going to take quite a bit of space, I think. There's a lot of inputs and outputs on these, and there's a sort of the circulation system for the thingies, the bacteria. So I'm going to bring that down a little bit, and then I'm going to remove the belt across the middle of there because I don't know what I'm doing here yet. This is going to be a little bit complicated. So the fruit belt is, I can't even remember. You guys can lose your speed modules though. That's definitely a thing. Get rid of them. It'd be nice to be able to just drag right-click drag across them in the same way that you can left-click drag to put them in, but never mind. Okay, so that's that. So I think this one is the fruit. No, this one is the fruit pulp. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the fruit pulp. This is the nutrients. Okay, got it. Right, so this one, the inner belt, is going to come in to just these two. So I reckon if I... Right, so what I want to do is have this come in here, and then I want to move this up like that, and this down like that. This is either going to be really neat or just a bit awful. So that can then come in here, go round here, and come back out again. The other belt, that's not that belt. That's the plastic. That's this one. There we go. This one comes through and comes down here. I've got confused. Yeah, so this one is... Yeah, this doesn't work quite as nicely as I hoped it would. Oh, well, that comes through there. Angry Ghost? There we go. That's what I wanted. Comes in here. And goes through there. And then we can long inserter there and there. Short inserter there and there. And then short inserter all the way along here. I feel that's sort of neat, but I also feel it's sort of weird. What do you think? Answers on the postcard. I'm also realising I haven't left anywhere for this belt to come back out again. So actually I should move all of this down one, like that. Going up to there. And then this, well, I'm going to want more bacteria rising than this, but I'll bring it out to here for now. Can do that. Feels weird, but, you know, I think it'll be okay. And then, so then we're going to have outputs of bacteria and spoilage. Let's just dump everything out onto the same belts from these. I think. And then sort it at the end. So we'll have a, this can be a blue belt. We don't need, oh, everything seems to be downgraded to blue belts now. I was using greens for the, I was trying to use greens for it beforehand, but somehow it seems to have turned into blue here, but never mind. We'll find out whether that's a problem later. So, yeah, we can run this along here. Oh, and we need inputs along here as well, like this, because these are going to be taking in. Yeah, these ones take in. They take in iron bacteria and bioflux, and they output iron bacteria, and sometimes iron and sometimes spoilage. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Yes, I think you're suggesting roughly what I'm planning to do, Anthony. So what I've done previously, what I've done over here is I think what you're suggesting. I've got the belt does endlessly runs round here, and we take out the spoilage, we take out any iron ore, and we let the bacteria go back round again and get fed back in. And up here we've got a system where it's pulling, if there's an excessive amount of bacteria, it's getting pulled out into this chest to go off in the chest, which is working really, really well actually. So we're doing that whenever there's more than 50 on the belt, because you don't need more than 50 to keep feeding these guys. So yeah, I'm basically going to do the same thing again because I'm happy with this system. I think it worked quite nicely. So yes, down here then we have this belt comes out over here, goes up a couple, comes back in again, and we take out the iron bacteria. Iron bacteria comes out to the right, goes down like that, and then spoilage. Nope, spoilage isn't here. Spoilage comes out to the left, fine. There's a roboport in the way, but that's also fine because I can make that go under there, under there, and there. And the iron can then come out of here, and we'll deal with that later. So it's down passing through down here. This is all fine, probably. It does need power though, so let's put in some more of that. Yeah, that actually just works. Nice. So then I can then copy all of that, flip it vertically, boop, and paste it in here. Means I need to reprogram this one, but other than that, that's pretty good. You're going to be doing the bacteria, copper bacteria from fruit. Yes, there we go. Yeah, so these will drop the this will drop the copper bacteria onto here. It'll come around here, be grabbed by this machine. This one will output it to here, be grabbed by the next one, output it here, be grabbed by the next one. It'll just go round and round and round, and then any copper bacteria will be taken out over this way. I will probably put in an additional inserter system over here to pull out copper bacteria when the belt fills up, because there's no point in having more than 50 on the belt. You might as well take it out and do something more useful with it. So let's have a steel chest here, and that and that and that. And then here we're going to connect that to there. Should have done this before I copy pasted it actually, shouldn't I? I want to enable you when iron bacteria is greater than, I said 50 before, I'm going to say 80 this time because the belt's a bit bigger. And then you're going to... Okay, oh, that worked. I copy and pasted from a belt to an inserter and it actually worked. I'm really impressed. So you're going to do enabled all the time, read the belt contents, and then here we can pull out, when there's more than 80, we pull the iron bacteria out, they go into here. This one is then going to be filtered to just iron ore, so when the iron bacteria spoils, they can be unloaded onto here and they'll go out this way. Right. Oh, I see what you mean. Swap the inputs and outputs over. I could do. But I think having it looped round like this means it's slightly safer. In that if one of the machines doesn't grab it, yeah, I think I see your point that it would make sense to put these here, here, and here, and then in theory this should never run out. But there's always the slight risk of this unloading some that expires rather. No, but if it's unloaded and expires, then that means there must have been other stuff on the belt. So it'll probably all be fine, but I see what you mean. Copy this down to here. Oh, there's another thing I need to reprogram. So you are copper ore. You are when copper bacteria, and you are filtering out copper bacteria. Otherwise, everything will just flow out here, and I'll go what and get very confused. All right, so that's my metal producing area. That was nice and easy. Yeah, these are then going to need to be fed off to a smeltery, sure, but you know, that's something I can do soon. The question is, do I ship down calcite from space in order to get the in order to use foundries for producing the metals? And I think that's probably a good idea. But it's a big step up in complication. So I think I'll probably set up just basic smelting to start with, and then switch over to advanced smelting with calcite afterwards. So, you know, baby steps. One massive upheaval of the place at a time. But I will leave enough space that I can upgrade to foundries later. We're still waiting for these big electric poles. Why are we not making pylons? What's going on? Oh! We don't have any yellow belts. What? I thought I was making them on planet. Yeah, we're supposedly making them here, but we don't have any iron. Right, okay. All of the iron is being turned into cogs to make inserters, apparently. Probably. But it's filling up again now. So, yeah, the entire planet is not producing... This system is currently far too slow. It's not producing anything like enough iron ore. So, for biochambers, it appears, does not produce a sufficient quantity. To keep an expanding factory happy. It'll keep a factory in sort of steady state happy without any problems, but an expanding one we need a lot more. So okay, we'll put in another row of those and another set of those, because why not? In fact, you know what? Let's extend this belt out to where the other one went. In the interest of symmetry. There we go. And that's going to need more of these as well. So put one of those in there and one in. It's going to have to go there because of the Roboport, which is a shame because I like symmetry with these designs where possible. But never mind. Right. So okay, so that's got me the metal ores. So let's have a look. Let's sort of have a look over here and tick off bits that I've done. All of this has been copied. That was the first bit I did, and that I've got an equivalent of that as well. All of this I've done. All of this I've done. All of this bit in the middle here has been done. I haven't done this or this yet. Those are sort of possibly next on. No, they're not next on the list because they're just using metal ores, which can be transported as far as I like. I don't have a disposal system yet. I haven't done any of this. All of this needs rebuilding as well. And this is going to be interesting because this is going to require a lot of spoilage in order to feed these machines. And I haven't decided. I'm not really sure yet exactly how I'm going to deal with the spoilage. I think I've dealt with the bioflux by just making less of it. By the looks of it, we don't have an enormous amount of it coming through. So by the time, and it's then being fed through into here to be made into goodness knows what. And then fed up to the space through the rocket as well. Do these require any of this? This requires bioflux to make sulfur. So yeah, done plastic. Next thing is probably carbon fiber, because that requires fruit. Then these two don't require fruit, but they do require bioflux. Well, one requires bioflux, the other requires nutrients. So I'll need that belt to go past both of these. So I think yes, let's make carbon fiber next. And I'm going to want to make quite a lot of that, I think, because carbon fiber is it's one of the things that Gleba creates that you can't get anywhere else. So we're probably going to want to output quite a lot of that. So that'll need to be probably fed to a rocket silo, I suspect. You did the basic smelting on Gleba and advanced on Vulcanus. Yeah, I've done advanced smelting on Vulcanus. This is the first place I did it. So we've got lava being pulled out here because that was an exciting thing to be doing. Making that into iron and molten iron and molten copper, which are being taken away by pipes here. Over on Norvis, I recently started doing advanced smelting here. So I'm bringing in iron ore and calcite and making that into molten iron, and the same with copper over here. That can then be made into plates or taken away as molten, and either system is available. How are we doing for iron ore here? Iron plates, 109,000. So that's going really well. So yeah, I can now produce that using the advanced method, which is much better. It gains you an extra 1.5 squared times the amount of output for your input. Although you do need to then bring in some calcite as well. So it is significantly better. And this is the system I was considering implementing on Gleba, but I think it's going to be a sort of a two-step process. I'll do the basic one first, like I've got over here. Well, it's steel in this particular example. We haven't ripped through that patch. I've just broken the power supply to it. Well done, Laurence. The heck? Okay, we'll put that there. That'll probably fix it. So I'll just stick with this sort of level of smelting on Gleba for the time being, and then upgrade it later. There's still a load of iron ore here, iron plates here. I should send a train around to grab those. But my train is full, so I can't at the moment. Okay, so back to Gleba. How's it doing? Carbon fiber. So that's Yamako mash and carbon. So I need to bring the carbon to the carbon fiber. Okay. So maybe I'll do carbon and sulfur next, because they require spoilage. So I'm gonna need to make sure I've got a supply of that available, which I don't at the moment. I don't really. I've got some spoilage being disposed of, but I don't have large quantities of it being brought in. So unlike over here, where I'm feeding nutrient into a row of boxes to give it a chance to spoil, and then pumping that out onto the belt. So I kind of need to do that. That's a thought. What's the best way to do this? Do I just pump lots of my nutrient into boxes and let it spoil in the box, let it go off in there? Because nutrient has the lowest spoilage time of anything. Citation needed. Nutrient. Where is just nutrient? There it is. Nutrient has a spoilage time of 5 minutes. No, bacteria just spoils in something else. Jelly nut spoils in an hour. Yumako spoils in an hour. The mashes and jellies, 4 minutes for jelly. Crikey. 3 minutes for Yumako mash. That spoils a lot more quickly than I was expecting. But how much of that do I get out? So 5 bioflux turns into 40 nutrients. So I think it's going to be more efficient to make it from nutrients. So I can turn the Yumako mash into actually that makes that's not what I care. It is what I care about. So nutrients get made from bioflux. So each bioflux makes 8 nutrients. Each bioflux requires each 4 bioflux. So that's 32 nutrients takes almost 30 of those. So yeah, it's slightly cheaper to turn it into nutrient first than it is to. It's slightly cheaper to make nutrient than it is to let the mash or the jelly go off. Okay, that answers that question. So yes, carbon and sulfur. That's these two. Let's and they both take in spoilage, bioflux, and nutrient. Spoilage and nutrient. Okay. So down here, we'll have another similar system to that one. So we have. I'm just going to do it below this. Actually, let's do it just a little bit further over. Whatever. Right. So leave a bit of space for this. Line it up with that one because why not? Put that there and there. I think you're going to make carbon from spoilage. You're going to make biosulfur. So that's 5 spoilage, and that one's just 6 spoilage. Okay. So we will have a belt coming in like this with the nutrients on. And then I'm going to put an inserter here going into a spoilage box like that. And then an inserter coming back out of it. That's going to have spoilage on it. That should be a stack inserter. I said that should be a stack inserter. So that's going to be my spoilage. That's going to be my nutrients and bioflux. And also, I'm going to bring this belt in over here. Just because, I might as well use whatever spoilage is coming down here. And we'll prioritize output to the right. Yeah, like that. Then go underground there to, I don't know. There seems like a fair place. There and then to there. And then I'll program you. You get a filter. You're only going to take out nutrients. And you're going to get linked to this box. And you're only going to get take. You're going to be enabled when everything. Does that anything? If we say anything is greater than 1,000, then if we've got loads and loads of spoilage in here, it won't run. And if we've got loads of nutrients in here, it won't run. And I don't think 1,000 is actually loads, but never mind. Because if we look over at the box over here, we can see that this one has, let's look at the numbers. This has 3,600 spoilage and 500 nutrients in it. So, but 1,000 seems like, I don't know. We'll see how it gets on. And then the other inserter, this inserter, will always load. So we'll always pull stuff from here as much as we can, and just to keep this as full as possible and keep using the spoilage that's coming from here rather than wasting nutrients. But this will create more spoilage for me as it's required. Then over here, they both need both things. Uh-oh. The attacks are getting worse. We're now starting to lose. Well, we lost 2 turrets on that from that one. That's the same big stomper shell, I think, from before. And there's a new medium one there, maybe. I'm not sure. There's 3 mediums up there. It's kind of hard to tell, but that seemed to be a little bit worse. So I think it might be time that I went off and asked them not to. So let's go and prod buttock. But I shall get some more rockets first, because I suspect if I go out with 8 of them, things are not going to go too well for me. So over here, I am producing rockets, and there is a box here with many hundred rockets in it. So let's take another sort of yes. There, I can switch over to my rocket launcher. All those attacks, I think, are coming from. Well, if I turn the pollution on, there is this obvious gap here. Actually, there's there, and there. So it's probably all 3 of them. Let's go out and deal with them all. And I'm reasonably confident that with my rocket launcher and this deep water, I'm not going to be in any significant danger. Bang! That was easy. This one's going to be harder. I think this is where the big attack's coming from. Are you a big boy? No, you're only a medium boy. Oop, don't use fire rockets for them. We can just run through and laze them. I like how you end up chasing strafers as they go across the map if you're not careful, because they sort of try and go round you. So if you try and chase them, they just run away. They just seem to be running away from you. And over here, don't even need my guns. Need my rocket launcher for that. Right, are we safe again now? I think I should probably take this one out on the way back down, but basically, yes, that's made my pollution cloud safe. And there's some over here who are probably going to be coming over and asking questions at some point, but the defences don't seem to have had any problems. The steel rain, yeah, the high explosive rain, I think, is the more accurate way to look at it. What have we got down here? Oh, 2 striders, stompers. Gosh. Ooh. There we go. That wasn't so bad. I kind of want to try and find a big stomper, preferably in a place where I can run away from it. Well, I can run away from them all the time because they're not actually that quick. Just to find out how tough they are and how much blasting them with rockets does or doesn't work, because they are the sort of the big scary thing that's left in this game that I haven't really faced yet. Everything else, will you? No, that's another medium one. I know I can deal with them. Just takes 9 rockets. Oops. Where's the? Oop, there's the spawner. Boom. It was kind of hard to see. It sort of blended in with the greenery. All right. I have found a lot of the time when you're doing combat on Gleba, it's much more effective to the effective way to find and kill the enemies is to use the mini map to spot the red blips on there, because they're fairly well camouflaged, especially when you're zoomed out quite a long way, which you kind of have to be if you want to not die. If you want to be able to see what you're doing, and the weapons are all fairly long range, so you don't really see the enemy all that closely. Right, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted? Oh yes, there's a map view. So let's move the character out of the way so he doesn't. Let's not stand next to some boom puffs that are marked for deconstruction. There we go. I'm reminded a little bit of the boomalopes in RimWorld. Right, okay, so over here we are bringing in spoilage, but we also need to bring in nutrients because this is a biochamber. It doesn't tell, well, it sort of tells you about that with the pizza down there. And then down here we are bringing in bioflux, spoilage, nutrients. So we should have everything we need along here. I'm a little concerned that these aren't going to be fast enough, so I'm going to put in extra long-handled inserters. And then it's just a case of saying, oh no, I need outputs as well. So any spoilage is going to get fed back to over here, I suppose. Just go straight back into this box. Yeah, because they can produce spoilage, but they can't transfer the nutrients that have gone off from here, or from here rather, over to here, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind. So I guess they just be fed back onto this belt here. So we'll but I'm going to do a short inserters for taking out the things I actually want because they're quicker, like that. So we'll have a belt that comes out like this of useful and useful, and then a belt comes out like this of less useful. And same from here. I kind of feel like I should do that in order to get everything on the near side of the belt, so we don't end up with a silly situation where these are unloading their spoilage onto the outside of the belt. It comes along here, comes around here, and it never gets used, so the belt clogs up. This would be putting onto the far side. Yes, this would be putting onto the inside corner here. So yeah, I think this is actually a better system. Thank you. This is probably a better system like this because this will get used up first, and this will get used up first. Yeah, so this is actually better. I need one of those there. I need to limit you to spoilage. If I can find it, spoilage, that one. And same for you. And then limit you to sulfur. And you to carbon. Not carbon fibre, just carbon at this point. There we go. So we've got, that's all the stuff we're producing down here. I have this sort of feeling that I'm creating lots and lots of things along here and then not actually doing anything with any of them because they're just being sort of put onto this bus, a bus to nowhere essentially at this point. But, oh well. All right, and then looping around here and around here. So you're this belt, you're this belt, and I've no idea which is which once again. Pretty sure the inside one is, yeah, the inside one is the nutrients and bioflux. So that's the one we want down here. So this comes down here and is fed in like that. This one doesn't then, and all the magic happens down here. All right, and I'll have more than one machine doing this, I feel. So like that, 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 that. Okay. This is looking pretty good. Oh, we've got power issues down here. Oh, that's because we haven't had some of the pylons delivered. That's fine. We can... oh, this is less fine, though. And I could put that there, but that's not very... tileable. I can't get this... Can I get... Okay, I'm going to have to put an additional one here and here, which feels wasteful. But do I need these ones to be this high? Yes, I do, because then they'd get up to power there. Okay, I mean, it's all right. It's substations are reasonably cheap, so I don't feel too bad about doing this. That's going to power this whole area. Oh, it's the cliff's going. That's fine. And how are we doing now? Is that everything that's made? Is that everything that's made from biological stuff? I think it might be. Let's have another look. So done there, done there, done that. Done this, done this, done these, done that, done that, done these, and that one. Haven't done this, but that doesn't matter. That's not non-biological. Haven't done this, but that's for just for disposing of excess bioflux that makes it down this far. I haven't done any kind of power generation yet. Should probably put some more of that in. Haven't done this step, but again, that's non-biological, so that's okay. Ditto this one. And then all of this is just processing normal resources. So that's going to go further down because none of it's going to go off. How are we still not making any belts? This machine is just filling its own internal buffer up with gears for funsies. Oh, I suppose as it comes along here, whenever we try and make a piece of belt, whenever we get enough iron along, whenever we get enough iron along that we make an inserter, we then steal some more belts. So we're just desperately trying to keep up with all of that. Okay. And there's something else down here. All the inserters are just using up all of the gears that are being made. Yes, no guard. So yeah, once I've got all of the resources being made, I can then. My first priority is going to be making all of the stuff for on-planetary stuff. So I intend to sort of essentially copy this bus here, but better, and that'll be sort of probably down here somewhere to keep it away from this area in case I need to expand it in some unexpected and tragic way. So that's sort of this stuff. Specifically, the ones I really need is going to be the low density structures for building rockets. Blue circuits I'm going to carry on importing, so I'm going to need to move the cargo landing pad, which is traumatic. All of this stuff I'd like to be building that for over there, but it's not ultra important because at the moment I am building it over here, so we can carry on trickling away with that. And then of course I'm going to need a rocket silo to take away the science packs. I'm also going to want to take I need a rocket silo to take away carbon fibre because I think I'm going to want that in other places in quite large quantities at some point. And then yes, once we've done all of that, I can then start thinking about transporting stuff like plastic, maybe low density structures. We'll see how the iron and copper bacteria system is holding up. And also rocket turrets and possibly rockets. Probably not rockets, actually. We can make them in space. But certainly rocket turrets, stack inserters, anything else like that feels like we want to be able to ship it out. So yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of expansion. The first step is going to be replicate all of the outputs from here, but more neatly, more nicely, less tangled web of spaghetti. Then from that, once I've got that working, then yes, I will definitely be starting to think about other things, bringing out larger quantities of other things, which is why all of these systems down here are very, very expandable. So I can go, okay, I'd like to have an enormous quantity of plastic available on other planets. That's done by extending this out a mile or two this way and putting in lots and lots more plastic production machines on this one. It'll mean we'll be essentially limited to having a blue belt's worth of plastic coming out, but I'm kind of that's a reasonable amount for the time being. And if I ever do want to expand it even further, then there's loads of space over on this side as well. I could have a splitter on these belts, take a load off to this side as well. Maybe even put in an additional fruit pulping system up here to make more fruit pulp, specifically for creating lots and lots of plastic in an area here. Or if I really go nuts with it, I could potentially have an additional train drop area where we're dropping off the fruit and then turning that into plastic. Just have an entire area that is just making plastic. Yes, a stacked blue belt. Good point. Yes. Oh, stack inserts use jelly. I had completely forgotten about that. Thank you. That explains why I am not making them on the bus here. You are quite right. Bother. Okay. Thank you. You know what, actually, that's an excellent point. I should come in here into the Factoriopedia-matron and have a look at all of these biological things and see what's made from them. So these, they're used for making the landfill, but that's fine. I think I'm happy doing that by more or less by hand, or possibly by logistics bot, because that's going to be relatively low quantities. Ditto these ones. It's used for making those things, and yeah, making and. Oh, right, produced from. Yeah, fine. Yamako is used in pulping. Fine, just pulping. Used in just pulping. Bacteria don't care. Spoilage is used in making those the agricultural towers. Interesting. So I should probably potentially have some of that available for the bus. It's used in efficiency module 3s. That's bizarre, but okay. And yep, nothing new exciting there. Nutrients are used to eaten by that, used to make what's that? The pentapod egg production. Okay, fine. And fish breeding, fine. And making biochambers. Biochambers are going to be a special case because of the egg requirements. Although I suppose I could put if I wanted to go all the way, I could put I could have a machine here making the or here maybe more likely making the biochambers. That's not a bad idea. Grabbing the eggs just before they go into the fiery pits of doom. Might want to do that. It's either that or feed the machine manually whenever I want to make them. So that was the nutrients. That's not a bad idea actually. Might do that. Umaka processing fine. Jelly nut processing fine. What else have we got that's biological? Bioflux used in that. Yep. Capture bot rockets. I've been doing that on Norvis. I need to transport bioflux to Norvis. Mustn't forget that. Umako mash is used in nutrients, copper bacteria, bioplastic. Yep, thought of all of those. Jelly is used in. I haven't made lube out of jelly. That's an interesting one. I do have biter eggs, so I could do that. Okay. I have no interest in fish farming right now, but that may well change in the future. We shall see. Biolube I'm not doing at the moment, so that's another thing that could use jelly. And the stack inserters as discussed. Or disgusted. What else do I need to bring in for that? Blue circuits, carbon fibre and bulk inserters. That's kind of annoying. Carbon fibre is a dry product, that's fine. Biter eggs is a Norvian thing. Pentapod eggs are used, nothing special there. That's good. Okay, all the rest is dry ingredients. So yeah, the only things I haven't done here, I think, are making the biochambers and making the stack inserters and the biolube. And I was going to say I don't need biolube. Actually, I kind of do. Because I'm not making the blue. I've used an enormous quantity of blue belts in this build, and I'm not making any of them anywhere at all on this planet. So I think I probably should make some biolubricant. So I guess we'll be doing that. We also need this belt. This belt needs to escape again. I forgot that when I was building the design. Okay, so bring it over a bit further and then spread it out down here like this. Hello, Evan. Welcome. Twitch says you're a returning chatter. Were you one of Commander Emily's viewers on Monday from the raid? If so, thank you very much for coming back. I hope I'm glad you enjoyed apparently enjoyed the stream enough then to come back to see more of it. So I'm very happy about that. What is going on here? Oh yeah, this is copper coming out, so that can come from. Oh no, wait, this what? Oh, these belts are in the wrong place. That's why. I should set up a legendary fish farm at some point. Yeah, I probably should. I probably will. Now is not the time, Kato. Okay, I have a bajillion dry products coming out of here now. So let's bust them away before I forget what I'm doing over here. So this is my final belt at the moment in my bus. So bring this out here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So come down here. Like that. Yeah, that's the sort of a slight problem with the joy of time zones. Joy that is time zones is that people often show up to my streams fairly late, and then or rather people show up to my streams when it's not all that late for them, but it's starting to get a little on the late side for me. Although no, it's 10:30. So yeah, I'm going to carry on a little bit longer. So you certainly haven't missed everything. So that's plastic and both of my ores. Then down here we've got the carbon. Yes, carbon is this one. I need to decide what I'm going to do with this, apart from just put it onto a bus, because that's not particularly exciting. But it's a dry ingredient at this point, so it can just carry on. I don't care about. It's not going to go off. Basically, was what I mean by a dry ingredient. No chance of it spoiling. And then to there, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so that's all my things. Yeah, that's all of the various products and things that I've managed to make on this planet now. So we're doing things are going, I think. And my dry ingredients, I've got copper, no, I've got plastic coming out. I've got iron and copper ores coming out. So those are going to need to be cooked somewhere further down the chain. And I've got carbon and sulfur coming out here for coal and other such stuff. But again, all dry ingredients, so I don't need to worry too much. I don't need to worry about them going gross anywhere. So I'm just going to keep them being piped away by belt for the time being. Like a blueprint into a platform request. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I could just say, bring me all of this stuff from Norvis. It's going to be an expensive way of transporting stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that I should be able to build on this planet. And if I do a copy paste, then I'm going to get all the stuff I have already built as well. But at the moment, there is an enormous quantity of stuff that potentially could be made on this planet. And some stuff that has to be made on this planet as well, and other stuff that has to be imported from other places, and yada yada yada. So we'll work gradually towards it, and I think we'll see how much we can actually produce on this planet. If I come over here and I turn some of this apple jelly into lube somewhere in here, then maybe I can make some lube and then pass it over and I can do some belt upgrades to make those green belts. Problem is, I've got such a shortage of iron at the moment. I'm not even. I think it's just because this is a very, very slow system. That's the only we're getting the bacteria through so slowly from here that it just can't keep up. But there is such a pathetic trickle of iron coming through, and nearly all of that is getting turned into gears in order to make all of this stuff, that we're not getting the belts made. And I need hundreds of belts and that just requires lots and lots of iron. Here's a thought. You are not a green chest. You should be a green chest because there's a lot of iron ore in the that's been picked up from me smashing these rocks, basically, the iron stromatolites, and that's just been going into the into the endless void of my logistics system up here. So you've got loads of iron ore and loads of copper ore. If we pull that out, that's going to have a big effect on the. That's going to give us a lot of extra stuff to play with. Over here, the copper seems to be absolutely fine, but I'll pull it out anyway, because I might as well. Can we have that green chest, please? I know I've got some green chests. What are you guys doing? Oh, yellow belts, fine. There we go. Right, so I'd like you to request iron ore. I'd like you to request a bit more than that. I didn't mean to double-click. 400 is probably fine. There we go. And now we can unload that onto this belt. All of these smelters can kick in, and we can start making iron a bit faster. This is going to be somewhat temporary, because eventually we're going to use up all of the iron that's in the logistics system. If we have a look, we can see that we currently have... We've got 1,700, actually. That's going to last a good while. And we are gradually topping it up as well. And I can do things like pull up that area, because there's some iron stromatolites in there. To grab all of these, and that'll get me a bit more iron ore to play with as well. It's not quite going out and putting in an iron mine, but it's a damn sight more effective. It produces a lot more than you'd expect compared to a lot of the deconstructions you can do in them. It's a lot better than ripping up rocks, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, look at that. That's a lot of iron. It's going to keep the logistics, the construction bots busy for a while. And there we go. That's a nice quantity of iron coming out over there. So that's good. That'll hopefully mean we now can end up with get a lot more of it coming through on this belt and start building those extra belts that I wanted. Once we've got all the yellow belts I want, then I'll consider starting to make blue belts. I know it's a telescopic recipe, so it's gears and red, gears and yellow, gears and iron. So there's a lot of gears and a lot of iron. But if I can get this bit up here built up, then at least we can start making pylons again, and that'd be rather nice. Making belts and foundries would indeed get me more belts. However, I could just drop foundries in, couldn't I? They are just assembly machines. Yeah, at that point you're using a foundry just as an assembly machine. It's not a bad idea. I wouldn't be able to make the cogs with them, I don't think, because I don't have molten iron over here. Now you can cast them or you can make them by whatever. But yes, belts can be made in foundries. You're quite right. And if I go all the way up to blue belts, which I'm intending to, that's actually quite a big saving. I like the way you think. Nice one. So if you could go and get me some foundries, please. Foundries. How many is that? 20. 20. Yeah, 20 is a number. Yeah, just do your standard loop. And then down here, I kind of don't want to request those foundries when they arrive because I'll get a lot of them. But over here, then, I can go... Bop. 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 Like that. And then I just need an endless supply of cogs coming through here. So you're going to make yellow belts. You're going to make red belts. You're going to make blue belts. Which is going to require lube. So we need to get the apple pulp up here somehow. Okay. But you just need iron and cogs. So I can do that with a long inserter there. That's going to be a severe limiting factor, but never mind. And a couple of blue inserters there and there. And there. And going into a green chest. And then keep going until there's 1,000 of these, I guess. But I still need the cogs. Can I just move you down one? There we go. That's a bit nicer. Then I can put a yellow splatter in here. And the underground underneath these. Yes, that works. Do that and that. And yeah, that'll, well, I still need to make the apple pulp into apple jelly into lube, but I can do that over here. Was that a bio? I'm sure that's going to have been a biochamber, isn't it? Just because everything is a biochamber on this godforsaken planet. Biolube is done in a biochamber, of course it is. So put one of those in here. It's going to need one of those and one of those and one of those to get rid of the any spoilage, because you always need to get rid of spoilage. And you are going to do biolube that way up, and then I can pipe from there over to here. Like that. Easy as that. Of course, we need another biochamber for that to work, but, you know, to start. I could come over and nick one from somewhere else, like one of the copper ones down here, perhaps, just to get that up and running. But my main limiting factor is that I just don't have any yellow belts at the moment. And that boost to the iron ore production supply is still, I mean, we're cooking the iron ore as fast as we can. I might speed module some of these, I think. I don't think I have tier 2 speed modules on this planet. I'll tier 1 speed module all of those and try and get a bit more iron flowing, because this is kind of frustrating, having this pathetic trickle coming through. I'd like to have a bit more than that. How much has that boosted it by? 40%. Better than nothing, and to be honest, much more of an increase than that wouldn't have fitted on this belt here. So we'll take what we can get. Then up here, what are we making at the moment? We're currently making blue inserters by the looks of it. That's what's getting all of the everything that comes through. Let's take that down to 100, and basically just mostly to stop it. And I think 100 blue inserters is a decent number of them. You can fill that up in here. And then yes, the next green light is the the belt one over here, so we can start making those. And we're trying to make undergrounds as well, granted, but it's a start. Just need one more piece to go in there. But I suppose I've said. Problem is, I keep going. Oh yeah, in order to fix this problem, I'm going to create another problem. No, in order to try and fix the limitations we're seeing in one place, I'm going to make other limitations take longer to get fixed, because now I've asked for more yellow belts coming across here, and also that's going to pull through a lot more cogs, which means this is going to make more gears and therefore steal more and more and more iron from the supply that's coming through here. So it's not entirely the ideal way of doing things, but it'll get there eventually. And there we go. Now we're making big pylons. Excellent. So we can get a bit more power going on down the bottom there, but that of course means we're then going to start making a lot more roboports, because more of those will be built, and we shall see. How's the Gleba doing? It's over at Vulcanus. What are you picking up? You're dropping stuff off. What are you dropping? What are we dropping on Vulcanus? Hopefully it's just ice or something like that. Okay, carbon and ice, that's fine. I don't mind you dropping those. And off we go again. Excellent, so we've got the 20 foundries there. Right. Okay, yeah, that's just been powered up, that's fine. And it's good getting damaged by the boom puffs going off, but again, that's fine, I don't care. They can blow up as much as they want. Where am I? What am I even doing at this point? Right, yes, I was thinking about, do I need to bring out anything? Do I want to do anything else up here for purposes of making the stack inserters and lube? Well, the lube we can just straight up make from here. That's easy. It's going to be this belt, isn't it? Yes, that's the fruit belt. And I don't think I'm going to need very much of it, and that can be shoved onto a belt over here, and got rid of, and just shoved into a pipe over here, sorry, and got rid of as part of the bus. So that's nice and easy, and I don't think I need many machines doing that at all. So I'll bring another belt in, match this one, and out again, like that, and then you can go underneath those. And I need like one machine here making lube probably. I might put in a second one if I discover I need more, but for now I think one machine making that's going to be enough lube. Heck, I've just remembered I need to feed this machine as well, so I am going to need this belt to come in. So let's redo all of this. That does not happen quite like that. We have this one comes in like that, so we've got room for power machines, power things, and then back out again. This one comes in here, swings around, back out again, and then I put in a biochamber here and make it so to make lube, and we feed it, and we feed it. Let's use a blue inserter because I've got that cheaper, and then I guess we also take out the we also take out any spoilage, because you never know, we might get some spoilage here. Spoilage, like that. And we also pipe out the lube. And try and line these underground pipes up with the rest of the bus, like that, and like that. And then that can come up there and there, I think. Yes. What I'm going to do about the the stack inserters, I have absolutely no idea at this point. You're going to be spoilage. Spoilage is this belt. It's going to come down here like that. Which is going to go away to the burning, to be burned basically at this point, because we've probably not got enough of it to. No, we're going to take the spoilage away from here to be burned because we need to do something with it basically, and that's the best idea I've got. I think I want to move some of these roboports off to the side of the belt because it's annoying me that the main what the nearest I've got to a main bus here repeatedly goes underground under the roboport. So we're going to do that and that. As a bonus, that means this can then carry on a little bit further and go underground here, which means I don't need those, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. That reaches all the way across to there. You need power, of course, because of course you do, which is fair enough. I don't mind you needing power. Put that there. So that is everything now. Everything that uses stuff that can go off, except for the oh no, go back to Gleba. I don't know what you didn't have enough of, but why did you leave Gleba? You still had stuff. I want to unload that specifically. Ha, could unload the iron ore as well. That could be useful. In fact, I think that's a good idea. Let's do that. Why did it leave? It's got 296 circuit. Oh, it flew past Gleba to get to... It was flying past Gleba to get to Fulgora. There we go. That's what it was. That's why. Okay. All is forgiven. Well, much is forgiven. Why did it go to Vulcanus? What? Oh, request satisfied. What's it getting from Vulcanus? Low density structures, of course. And then processing units from Fulgora. And rocket fuel from nowhere. It's getting rocket fuel from Fulgora. That's silly. Don't do that. I suppose that was an emergency supply of rocket fuel. I have no idea the geography of this place. Oh, I see. It was going from... That was Norvis it was going from, not Gleba. Okay. I've been a little bit hasty in where I've been sending the ship. But, okay, it's on its way to... Yeah, so it went from Vulcanus to Fulgora, but it went past Norvis. I saw Norvis and Gleba. I forget that Gleba is a sort of... Well, it looks like that, and Norvis looks like it's sort of more Earth-like. I thought it left Norvis, left Gleba and was on its way to Fulgora. Whereas no, it was actually here. So I've just sent it back here and around that way. Okay, never mind. Just please don't drop those on Norvis. Good, it hasn't. Right, back to Gleba. So that's as I was saying, that's everything except the except the stack inserters. I'm very tempted to do stack inserters by logistics bot and just get them to bring, when there's a shortage of stack inserters, get them to bring some apple jelly over and dump it over in the machine that's making them. I feel like that's a reasonable use, mostly because I don't want to have to run a stupidly long belt of jelly down into the belt production area, into the inserter production area. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Speaking of stupidly long belts, how much further down do I want to take these before I start doing actual construction? Before I actually do actual processing from them? Probably to about here. I think what I'm going to do at this stage is I'm going to pull out the biologicals from here. So it's these two belts here are carrying the fruit pulps and the bioflux and the nutrient. So if I pull them out here and bring them across and then back, and then maybe I was going to say back up again, and do this disposal about here, then that means if I realise later that there's something that I need another row for, I'm going to leave a bit of space along here to put in a few more lanes of miscellaneous biochamber stuff, basically, to leave a bit of expandability, while I just have the power production and so forth over in this area here, and then I'll bring the rest of the stuff all the way down here. Should mean that will just work quite nicely. I've gone seriously overboard with these roboports. Let's remove some of these. I don't need this. This is not necessary. I'm not building out that way at all. Yeah, so I'll put the... Where can I build with this stuff? Right, so where is actual solid land around here? It is this area in the edge, on the edge here. Okay, so I now need to do disposal systems. And disposal previously has been we feed all of the any leftover spoilage and fruit pulp goes straight into burner machine, heating towers down here that we then generate electricity from. Fine. Any bioflux goes down here and gets fed up into these machines. Why have we got seeds in here? I don't know why those have ended up there. I think you should probably be able to dispose of them because I think we can burn those. In fact, I'm certain we can burn those. So we'll pass them back out again. And they'll go into the burner machine to get rid of. Right, so basically what I want to do is I want to take the... anything that goes past, we can feed back round into here. But most of this should just burn quite happily. So we can feed it, just leave it going into the into the heating towers. The only exception is the bioflux, which you can't put into a heating tower. And it takes forever to go off. The lifespan on bioflux is, what's that? It's about 2 hours by the looks of it. Yeah, it is 2 hours in fact. So we don't want to keep the bioflux in the form of bioflux because you end up with just boxes and boxes and boxes of it, full of it, with it never going off, like this stuff in here. This is going to take forever to be dealt with. So this is keeping it in these boxes is dumb, and I shouldn't be doing that. I am apparently, but I shouldn't be. What should be happening is it should be being fed down here, going into these boxes, where it can then be put into these machines, turned to nutrients, which we can then store the nutrients because they go off a lot more quickly. And that is a much more effective way of dealing with them. However, this whole area down here is starved because we've not been feeding bioflux to it because it's been going into these boxes up here because I don't even know what I was doing here. This is all a bit weird. Yeah, this should just be... Yeah, this should just be filtering to nutrients. So we're pulling a load of the nutrients in here, but the bioflux can then back up along here and then be sent down here. The problem is I'm going to need to come down here over here manually, chuck some nutrients into those machines to get them running again once some bioflux arrives. And then once that's happened, they're creating their own nutrients. They'll be self-sustaining. But in the meantime, there's a small stomper shell over here that penetrated my defences. How cheeky. Right, so yeah, there we go. We've now got the bioflux coming in down here, which means I can now grab a little bit of nutrients from here and put it in these machines. And they'll be self-sustaining with that. That's fine. You've got some important pulping to burn through there. You haven't got anything, so you can have whatever. Can I not burn nutrients? No, apparently not. I'll put them back in one of these boxes up here then. Right, so there we go. Down here now, we're feeding the nutrients in along here. So the bioflux will be taken out, put into these machines, and will be cooked into nutrients, which we can then unload, or at least we could unload if that wasn't half full of spoilage. Joy. And the same on this one. These... yeah. It's a little bit of a slightly fragile system, apparently. But anyway, the idea being that we then put all these nutrients into the box here. They only take 5 minutes to go off, so that's manageable. We can fill up a box here, and it's sort of practical. I did note that over here we have a large quantity of spoilage that we would like to get rid of. So I'm going to put that into this box here. It can all be fed out into here. It'll be interesting to see whether it manages to clear it out faster than the nutrients come in. It looks like it, yes. So far, it's feeding the spoilage out faster than the nutrients. Pretty close to as fast as the nutrients are coming in, so maybe that'll be all right. We'll see. Eventually, it'll get through it until the nutrients start to spoil as well, and then we shall see. But yeah, okay. So that's kind of okay. How are we doing for iron ore? We still have. Oh no, down to sort of about 400. Oh, actually, we're bringing it over by bot. We are down to still 1,100 of it, so we've got plenty of iron ore remaining. That's not an issue. I do feel like I'm sort of getting distracted and prevaricating about the bush a little bit here, but the smelteries have arrived, and they've not got any iron to make anything with. Right. You know what? I'm going to steal a load of iron from down here and take it up to be made into belts. Because I'm prioritising. Presumably it's all getting... What's it getting turned into? I can't really see from here because I'm zoomed out too far so that I can grab all of the iron as it comes through here. I can't see where it's being taken over here. Oh no, it's all just drifting past. It's going up north somewhere. It's probably all being made into pylons then, I guess. Actually, it's probably all being made into belts, but you know, that's what we actually want. So up here, and it's all being made into pipes because I put in a load of pipes earlier. Of course, I did. There you go. Have some of that. Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? We got a brief flare of making transport belts, and then it just sort of subsided and died. What? Why are you not? Oh, there's no. Why is there no lube? Oh, of course. Right. So what did I decide I didn't need as much of? It was copper, wasn't it? So if I take out that copper machine there, I can then come up here and lube it up like that. There we go. I think. Well, we'll go once we get a bit more jelly in. How much does it take? 60 jelly to make 20 lube. That's kind of greedy. I mean, it's not something I'm going to need enormous quantities of, but still. Right, we made some lube. It shot up here. Gloop, went into here. No, it didn't. 60. And it's all gone out into the pipe. And presumably that means it's all gone in here. And that's, yeah, there we go. We've made some belts now. We've made a belt. What? How much belt? How much lube goes into one of these? 20. Okay. That's going to be an extremely slow process. I mean, I could stand here and steal jelly as it goes past, but I don't really want to. Stand here and steal jelly. It all just get there's a great excess of jelly coming through, but here's a place where I can steal jelly as it goes past. Oh no, there's Yumako fruit coming through here as well. Or I'll do it from here instead. I don't want the Yumako mash. You do the mash, do the Yumako mash. Can I put you in? No, I can't put you in that because I can't reach. This probably isn't actually all that much that I'm grabbing here. What happens if there's a stack on the belt and an inserter that can't hold as much as is in the stack tries to take from it? Presumably it just takes part of the stack. Yeah, I think. No, it's taking the entire stack. Maybe the long-handled inserter can actually take an entire stack's worth. I'm not sure. I can't make any chests. I just want to make a chest. Where's some actual metal? Here's some actual metal. Box. Box. And then you can have all of that. Right, there we go. That'll allow me to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not very many belts. Take the spoiled first because it might go off. Right, I might need, having seen this, I might need to put in more machines making the making the lube than I originally thought. But okay. So crafted before. Products finished 33. Okay, they're just getting taken away. So we've made a decent number of these belts. The thing is, they're just all getting taken away and being put into the construction down here, which is fair. That's sort of the point, TM. So I'm not going to complain. But this is going to take a very, very long time to build anything useful up here. So right, I was talking about disposing of all of this gunge, wasn't I? So I want to go. Actually, I want to take this is the spoilage. So I want to take all of these. How far underground can you go? This far, okay. And do the same here. Doon, 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 and there, and there. Right, and then all of this. Now the first two of these can go straight to the straight into a burning tower up here. And I can probably merge them onto a single belt, actually, because I don't think there's going to be that much. I don't think there's going to be that much coming through. So I'll do that, and then I'll put in some burning towers. I'm not sure how many I'm going to need for this. So let's put in 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, and I'll run this belt all the way up the side here, and I'll run the other belt all the way up the other side after it's been reprocessed, of course. And I'll run I'll put in a little bit of underground here in order to pull a heat pipe out like this. It's not the most efficient way of doing things, but it is the most expandable. So if I discover later that these heat towers aren't able to deal with all of the stuff that's coming through fast enough, then I can put in an additional... then I can put more of them above here, and as and where necessary. So disposing of the other stuff is going to be a little bit harder. I'm going to split off the bioflux here, because the bioflux needs, as we were just discussing, needs to be processed before it can be disposed of. There's no point in splitting it off. Let's just put in some biochambers along here, like that. Let's go with 3 to start with, but again, expandable as necessary. And then I'll put in a splitter at the end here that allows spoilage through. That's all I want to allow through at this point. In fact, I can do that. In fact, I can do that. And feed these like that. I'll get both the input ingredients they need, and do that. No, wait, that's not going to work. No, that's not going to work. Forget that. I can still put the spoilage out onto that side if there's any spoilage in these machines, but the rest of it, no. I do need to have a splitter at the end here that keeps the bioflux, and the rest of it, which should just be at this point it should just be nutrients, and then any nutrients that come from around here can then be stored until they finish going off. So that's going to be a row of steel chests with inserters. Bop, 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 bop. But I don't need this belt at all. This is silly. Which means I don't need that. Oh, do want that though. And therefore I don't need that heat pipe. That's all silly. Can do that, and then a stack inserter on the output here, and a splitter here to merge them in. Because this, by the time it comes out here, filter to only spoilage. So that should work its way through along here. We'll get the. In fact, if I prioritize all these to be the most spoiled, then we should end up with it passing up. The most spoiled will get to the top. It'll turn to spoilage and pass out and go along there. Although that might mean they won't pass through spoilage. I don't know. It'd probably be all right. And then along here, I need more exerters. In fact, I don't need these at all. They're pointless. I think that should do. I think that should do what I want it to do. We should be able to get the. We should be able to cook down all the bioflux into what's the name? Into nutrients, and then into spoilage, and ship all of that into the boxes here to go into the nutrients go into here to be spoiled into the spoilage. Then once they've turned into spoilage, they can come up here and be burned off in the towers. And then once they've been burned off in the towers, we can then do this again. As you might have suspected, I am intending to basically replace the old factory with this new one at some point. So I can then just insert that near here. Maybe not these ones. Need water for this, but as we discussed previously, water is not hard to come by on Gleba. So you're going to also need power up here and over here. Maybe I'll use a large pylon to get the power over to here. Can that reach? No, it can't. Let's take the top row off for now. See how we get on. Okay, so you're powering to that one, and if I put another pylon in here, it can get that one. Right, let's find where we get some water from. I think there's some right next to me, but I'm going to wave an offshore pump around until I find it. Yes, there we go. As predicted, there is water everywhere on this planet. Go to there, and then, you know what, let's remove that. Pipe comes up from here. Around that. There we go. Right. Are we good? Probably. I mean, there's a lot missing here still, but I think this should be capable of producing agricultural science here, feeding it to a rocket silo. However, we're going to need a train system here. We're going to need the plantations. We're going to need the rail going off to them. But to be honest, I feel like that's the easy bit, because it's a thing I've done before. I've built train systems in Factorio once or twice in my time, so I don't see that as being particularly difficult. Also, it's solid ground all the way from here up to about here. Where was I going to? I was going to do a plantation here and a plantation up here, I think. Those seem to be quite good areas for it. I'm trying to remember what we said about colours earlier, right? So it was this area. These are existing plants. These are areas I can just drop plants in already. These are areas I can put normal appropriate landfill, Yumako landfill. I think no, or this is jelly nut. This is Yumako. Normal Yumako landfill and special Yumako landfill. Up here, it's presumably the same sort of thing. Existing. Can plant already, can put normal landfill, and can put special landfill? I am unsure. I think it's probably that shade of purple. But there's a lot of purple around here, so I think actually up here is a really good area. I would hardly need it. Oh no, I'll still need lots of the landfill. But the landfill isn't too hard to make. And once I start putting in plantations around in these areas, I'm going to need to start shipping in rockets and building up defences for the rockets as well. But to an extent, I think a lot of this, I've spent the entire stream planning and building this, which is quite a lot. Oh, that's a good point. Yes, that's an excellent point, Blake. You're right. This should probably be rotated. That shouldn't be there. Yeah, I've got a lot of space to expand, and I could go past this if I go past this Roboport. But yeah, it's a fair point that if I rotated this round, then I wouldn't have any worry about expansion distances at all. Yeah, all right, let's do that properly. This one down, this patch down. Oh, and this one down here. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Yeah, all right. Let's do some redesigning of this and doing it properly. So let's take that for now, and rotate it and flip it, and put that there. Wait, I still need a pressure release for spoilage. But so I'll leave that there and bring it up, I guess, and across here, and then that goes that way. No, it doesn't. Nope, that way. Then we put in that. Then have the belt come back out again. Then go in here, and then we have this, I suppose. So rotate that there. And that's where we join these two together. Yeah, you're quite right. This is the correct way to build this. And I should have done it like this from the start. Then we take all of that. And we put it in, I guess, here to avoid the roboport. Or do I put it... It'd be nice to avoid future roboports as well, but that would mean putting it right down here. And that would mean condensing the whole thing. Or putting it all the way up here, and that's a bit high. I don't really like that. That said, there's no harm in having a long belt of spoilage making its way all the way up here, is there? So let's get rid of that, and probably all of this. And yeah, we'll put that in here. And that means I can then go up here with that. And then up here and across. And we'll end up with some random trash on the end of the belt over here, possibly, but never mind. I can put more of whatever in here as and when I need it. Yeah, you're quite right. That is a much better way of doing things. Thank you for pointing it out. Thank you for pointing out my newberry. Which sounds like a type of fruit. I don't need that one and that one then. Yeah, it's definitely a good time to point it out. And yes, water. That's also an excellent point. I think, though, however, what I will do is I'll pull the water from here. And there is method in my madness, because that means I can then run the pipe from here to the other end of it. Feed it in here. And that means I can expand as far as I want this way without running out of... without the pipe getting in the way. Ooh, there's a load of iron over here. Maybe I should grab that. Yeah, so I think that's... Yes, it is indeed significantly better. And there's lots and lots of room for more spoilage boxes down here if it turns out this is insufficient and I need to go as far... Well, as I can fill this whole area up with them if I need to. I hope I don't need to, but I can do. So, this is going to be feeding... Yeah, the nutrients will flow straight through. What's the name? The bioflux will stop here. Nutrients will come up here. Get more nutrients coming through from here. These are supposed to be making nutrients. It would help if I told them what to do. Like that. That flows around here, goes into the boxes, then goes up here, joins in with the miscellaneous fruit and that's coming up from here, and then the spoilage goes up here, gets burned nicely. Excellent. Power. So I put one there to get all of the inserters. I can put one there. No, I can put them along the top here. That's much more, much neater. I'll put that there, and then the next one can be over here. And the next one can be here to get the next lot of them, and so on. Right. Lovely. There's a load of stuff to be destroyed under here. I don't know what it is, but it's cliff. We've run out. Looks like we've run out of cliff explosives. 3,000 entities missing missing material for construction, including 1,800 blue belts. That's going to take a while, and 71 biochambers. Jeez. Okay. I mean, the question is, what do I do at this point? Do I just leave it? Do I just leave the base to get a factory to get on with it? I think I start importing some of the stuff for this place because this is going to take forever otherwise. But for now, we'll just leave it. I guess I'll just leave it running while I design and build more stuff. And then as the place gets more and more finished, we can then start to bring in the things that are still taking too long. Let's see if there's more iron rocks up here that I can grab, because I suspect... oh no, we haven't actually run out yet. Yes, we have. There's some iron rocks over here though, so we can get those. Yoink. And probably a load of wood as well, and other miscellaneous stuff. I should send the wood somewhere to be burned. That'd be a useful thing to... Well, I say a useful thing. It's not like we're short of heat for electricity over here. There's so much fruit stuff to be burned that we don't have any problems there. But we'll do a bit of this just to keep the bots busy and to keep the iron flowing, because that is what we are very, very short of at the moment. And it's all inside the area that I believe is completely safe. So there's no harm in not really any reason not to. And yeah, up here you can see none of the iron is getting through because it's all getting snaffled up. Probably making gears at the moment, because the gears are all going into making belts, I suppose. Yeah, and I just don't have enough iron being made. Kind of sucks, but I mean that's why I'm rebuilding over here. I suppose I could rip up the entire factory I've got here. That would give me a lot of the bits and pieces that I need. It'd give me most of the green belts. It would give me lots of other things, but I suspect I'd have some difficulties. I'm not really sure what I would find I didn't have enough of, but I'm pretty sure something would be missing. I'd find there was, if I start pulling up big chunks of factory here, I would then get partway through and go, oh, I haven't got the bits to build stack inserters. Well, in fact, I haven't got the bits to build stack inserters. I should probably do that over here. In fact, I could put that there. Tell it to build stack inserters. What do you need? You need blue circuit. Blue circuits are going to be the fun bit of that, but we can get the bulk inserters from there, and then the rest of it I think is just going to have to come by bot. So if I put down a couple of chests and a couple of cheap inserters, like that. Don't need that. That's going to come over anyway. Don't need that much. I don't even know how much it takes to build a stack inserter, but calling it 10. All right, let's bring over 20 at a time, shall we? That's a much more sensible number for something that's going to go. Could you not? Don't give me a lamp. I don't have any lamps. Right, make 20 of those at a time, and 20 of those, and whatever, 20 of that as well. Sure, why not? I don't care about building them quickly. I'm also going to need to trash unrequested to get rid of any when the jelly inevitably goes off. Of course. Oh well, actually no. I was going to say I can't get any of that because there isn't any in the storage system. That's why in the logistics system. So I'm going to need a. Oh, you can go from one green chest to another green chest. That's interesting. So down here, all of the required jelly has been taken. So I want you to... I can't use trash unrequested here. I need a blue chest. That's all there is to it. I need to make a blue... I need a red chest. Where am I? Ah, back the right place. That was me trying to turn my jetpack off. I don't need to do that because I'm not playing space exploration. But, you know, old habits die hard. Yeah, so that should be a red chest. Boink. And... it shouldn't be there because there's no room for an exerter. And there's some spoilage on the ground here. Let's pick that up just because why not? Where's a good place to put this? No, there and there. If I do that, it doesn't help at all. 1, 2, 3. If I do that, Then I can put my red chest there. I can put an inserter on the input, inserter on the output, tell that one to filter to spoilage. There we go. Finally got there. That took me far too much thinking. And then I want you to filter to... no, I don't. You don't need to filter. You just need to be connected to that chest. And you need to pass through when jelly is less than 30. There we go. That'll now stockpile some jelly there. It can be brought over. We can make some of these. Oh, and then you need to be connected to the logistics network and stop running when there's a quantity of these. Let's say 20 because these are kind of pricey. So we don't want to make too many of them at the moment. Carbon fiber carbon fiber must be being brought over because we've made 6 of these stack inserters. So that's that sort of sorted. Okay, so that's another thing. So next thing is going to be probably thinking about railway a little bit. So I'm going to need to bring railway up here like this, probably straight through the middle of this patch, but never mind, and up to sort of here. Then I can have a station up here, station here, and load it up from here, and massive rings of turrets around there. Of course, none of that's going to get built. Well, actually, that's not true. The roboports might get built. And we'll be able to see what we're thinking of down up that way. Right, now let's remove some more of these spare roboports, because I don't need that one. I don't need that one. I am going to leave these ones in, because they're sort of, well, I'm going to leave these two, because they're sort of around the edge of this bit where I have actually built. And yeah, these ones are fine. And then let's have a look at the RoboGrid blueprint. So one there. Yeah, I can put one there. That works. That's now going to cover the whole of the whole station area. Good. And then I'm going to want to continue this down here as well. Let's. Do I prefer it above? Let's keep with above because that's what I was doing before. Go a bit further down here, and then think about what I'm going to do with the bus as it goes down this way. Probably just start building off it. To be honest, that seems like the easiest thing to do with it. In the meantime, well, we're letting the construction happen over there. There is. I think we've got up to the limit of the number of unknown items that the game can deal with. So in Factorio 1.0, it was 600 items. In Space Age, or in 2.0 at least, it seems to be much higher. We've got sort of almost 3,000 things on this planet, and various ones on other planets as well. That's why those labs weren't getting placed. They're trying to be high quality ones. I should go and swap those over. But Norvis has made nearly all of those productivity modules that I had it working on, so that's going well. I think I am going to need to bring in lots of this stuff from other planets. It's just not going to. It's not practical to try and make all of this over here, and I'm going to need to bring ingredients in for the rocket silos because I'm going to need several of those, and I can't make rocket silos on this planet. I can't make concrete on this planet sensibly because it requires massive quantities of stone, of which I've turned all of it into landfill because I needed that more. Just out of curiosity, we're looking at about 70 bio chambers. How many have I built so far over here? 44. So even if I did demolish all of this, I wouldn't have enough to build the entire new factory that I've got trying to go on over on the other side. It is rather tempting, though, because I do feel that there's a lot of stuff in here that could be incredibly useful in building up the new factory. However, I don't want to pull it up because I just know that if I do, I'll find there's something I desperately need that's missing. So I'll build a second factory and then mothball the old one eventually. Just turn off the fruit supply to it and see how it goes. Indeed, Truppen, Gleba, as you say, it's yeah, I'm upgrading it from a horrible spaghetti mess to a extended spaghetti, slightly less messy. The ships are kind of like trains that request. Yeah, that's a reasonable suggestion, Evan. I'd say the trains do they fly around quite nicely as sort of a combination of trains and bots, except you don't have to build rails for them. Yeah, sounds like you should have made your ship a bit faster, Anthony. If it took 6 hours to get out to the Shattered Planet, although isn't that basically you've won the game at that point? So you don't need to go back. You don't need to fly it back. I don't know. I haven't got there yet. If there's anything that's massively spoilery, please don't tell me. Okay, so yeah, so this is going on quite nicely. I think I feel like I've made good strides. I'm trying to, as I keep saying, I'm now trying to decide what the next thing to do is. There's an element of just waiting for the bots to build up all the bits and pieces I've told them to build, and that's at least for the. Oh, I was blowing up boom puffs. That's fine. For some of it, going out up here. That is just going. That's absolutely fine. It's just building out long pieces of long strings of roboports, which they're perfectly capable of doing. And same down here, just to get. Oh, they've practically done that one. So that's going quite well. I do need to build up a huge quantity of the biochambers though, and those are the things that I have previously been I've handcrafted every single one so far because I was terrified of pentapod eggs. But there's probably a better way. So if I come in over here. I think you make them in a biochamber, don't you? Biochamber, and you can't have to make them in a biochamber because you must have been able to make the first one. So I assume they're a make anyhow. But probably if you can make them in a biochamber, you're going to get that nice buff to a production. So I might as well do that. Biochamber, yeah, base productivity plus 50%. Made in a biochamber or crafting stuff. So let's steal another one. What's a good one to steal? Are the eggs all getting through? Are eggs getting through rather? No, we don't seem to be making as many eggs as I would like to be. So I won't take one of those. I don't really want to. Let's take another copper one actually, because that is clearly unneeded. So if I put that in here and feed it and tell it to make biochambers, then it can get the eggs from here. That's fine. It can get the landfill and transfer yada yada yada. Put you there, and because then I can put in another. I could put in a green chest is fine. There like that. That goes there. Copy paste. Not you. Iron. There's not very much in storage, but that's okay. I guess I can steal iron from... pun on it. It's iron, not steel. I can grab that from down here. What else do you need? You need landfill we can bring in. That's fine. And green circuits. Green circuits I don't know about, actually. We'll have to find out. But also that is when the eggs inevitably hatch in there, they'll get zapped by the zapamatrons around it. So that's, again, is okay. We're not too worried about that. Yeah, green circuits are up there, not going onto the bus. So I'll go and steal some of those. And that's going to be another load on my iron supply. But c'est la vie. In fact, I should bring in some EM plants for making the circuits on this planet when I actually finally get around to doing that. Have some stuff. Why has the landfill not arrived yet? Oh, probably because it's in another green chest and therefore it's not getting brought over. Let's go and grab some by hand then. Yes, you can make them in assembly machines, but I thought if I can make them in a if I make them in a biochamber instead, then I'll get 50% extra free. And given that I'm trying to make like 70 of them, that seems like a good thing to do. Hope it's not too much landfill for those. I didn't actually look. Yeah, I think most of the machines, the advanced machines, you can generally make them in themselves, which doesn't make any sense, but never mind, really, when you consider what they're actually for. Or you can make them in an assembly machine, because if you couldn't make them in an assembly machine, then you wouldn't be able to get started. You wouldn't be able to make your first one. I need to move this again. Like that. And then have that. So there's a slight concern about these eggs going off, but I've got 13 minutes and we'll churn through and make at least some of the some biochambers. We seem to have we've got quite a lot of the supplies in there. The iron is going to be the limiting factor. unsurprisingly, because iron always is the limiting factor on Gleba at the moment. You know what? Let's tell this to start requesting a quantity of iron ore from space. There's usually a ship in orbit over Gleba, so we can start dropping iron ore in here. It'll bring it over to here, and we can just start we can keep this fed, keep all of these fed without having to go out and find little blue rocks all over the place. So we'll just drop in iron, like presumably this one. There we go. There's some iron, and then our Logibots can come over and bring us a supply of that. I could put a platform in over Gleba and just have it up there permanently, dropping down iron and copper, and not bother with the whole bacteria thing. But then the bacteria thing is a Gleba feature, so it's sort of fun. Why are you not working? Why aren't you working? Oh, right, fine. That's why. I suppose it doesn't matter because there's enough bacteria down here, which is why it's not running. Have that iron. Why have you fed out some green circuits? What are you playing at? Alright, so now we can, as you see, we can make biochambers. We get 50% extra free, which is rather nice. We're also going to be steadily hatching eggs in this one once it runs out of iron, but c'est la vie. I'll just have to try and remember to come over every so often and feed some more into it. This is going to be a rather protracted and slow process, unfortunately, because I'm trying to build. There is so much iron required, it's a bit ridiculous. However, that's it from bringing in. You know what? Let's upgrade. Let's duplicate all of this. Like that. Get some more iron being cooked down here, because we've got a huge supply of it available up here. And if I do this and this, then that'll help even more. Although my concern is then that this belt here is not going to be fast enough. This belt's going to fill up, isn't it? So it's not actually. I've not improved things over here. I need to upgrade all of this to. I'd say to red, but I'm not actually making red belts on this planet. It would have to be to blue, and that's a bit much. We have a shortage of lube. Okay, in that case, let's take them and them. Let's just keep grabbing the belts out of here, the red belts out of here. I'd need to make a red splitter actually to get the full benefit of this. Which, in order to do so, I would need a load of iron and a load of copper, which I shall go and find. But if I can grab a load of red belts from here as they come through, it'll use up all of the iron in order to make a load of gears, which is a bit silly. Red splitter. Do I have bots? I do have bots. Right, so... No, I don't have bots. Never mind. Still trying to make the red splitter. Okay. Well, while I'm waiting, let's do this. And then run out immediately, of course. Oh no, I've got 31 left. I ran out of arm length, not out of belts. Fool. Oh, I'm going to need another red splitter and a red underground and more belts as well. Ugh. So I'm going to need another red splitter, which means more iron and more copper and more. Just more. Another one of those. What do I need for a red? A lot of iron. Right. Okay. So this is an improvement now. I can pull this through quite a lot more quickly because suddenly there's a load of enormous amounts of iron available on the belt here. So that's a start. But let's go down here and upgrade that like so. Let's make a red underground And yeah, that should allow me... Well, we can now hopefully feed through... It's not quite a full red belt of iron, a full half red belt of iron, but it's more than we had before. And actually, if I upgrade some of this down here as well, then we can get a bit more through there. Then up here, I wanted the upgrade. No, that's a yellow splitter. Upgrade splitter there, and then this is where I needed the underground. And then we've got some more red belt coming up here. Oh, I need another splitter. And that's probably enough red belt then to at least get to the first problem area. Oh, I'm still making the... Red splitters take a long time to pocket craft. Actually, it's not really. It's so much of the iron is needed up here that... and it's helping. That'll bring the iron through a bit quicker for the... Oh, actually, no, we're making cogs on both sides here. So, yeah, that actually is going to help quite a bit. Am I making another? Yes, I am making another red splitter. Red splitter go, where are we? Up here, there, and then... Okay, I think that's going to actually make a significant difference. We've got a lot more iron coming through now from down here, and okay, it's not flowing in quite as quickly as it might, but we're getting a decent flow going through. There are no biters on the other planets ever. No, there are other dangers, but no, there are no biters on the other planets. This planet has pentapods, like oh, they're mostly dead. No, they're not. They're yeah, like these guys, and also they're much bigger cousins. And Vulcanus has the affectionately named Demolishers, which are yeah, they're friendly chaps. They like to come over and say hi when they see you building stuff. Right, there we go. Now we're making the blue belts a little bit quicker. We've got a supply of iron up here, so that's made a big difference. I feel like the limiting factor now is how fast we can build cogs. But at least it's pushed the limit back a bit. Things are working quite a lot better now. And we're just idly putting garbage into here. You know, I could just trash everything from that. There we go. What are you waiting for? Oh, carbon fibre. Am I really out of carbon fibre? Surely not. It probably needs that to be a blue chest. Let's do that. Where was it? Oh, it's down here, yes. So you should be blue, and then you can request from buffer chest. And there we go. Then we get the carbon fibre coming through. And then we can start to make the doohickeys that we're trying to do. The stack inserters, that's the thing. That's the bunny. I can start doing massive upgrades. I don't know whether to... Oh, they're taking them away because I said trash everything from there. Fair enough. Whatever. Right, so that's sorted out some of the problems over here. We're making the belts a bit more quickly now. I think I'm still going to probably want to bring some in because I still need 1,500 of them. Green belts, I might downgrade all of the green belts around here to blue belts once I've got a decent quantity of blue belts, and I can just reclaim them. That I wouldn't feel quite all that bad about. Other stuff, the bio chambers we are making to an extent. Although that was one of the things I kept needing to feed iron to. Now that we actually have some iron, I can do that. In fact, you know what? I can probably come down here and no, not get very much at all. All right, it is being taken away almost about as fast as it's being produced. So that's actually a good sign. It means the system is running fairly nicely. I can grab a quantity off here, and then take that up to go into this box. There you go. Make me some more biochambers. You've made 31, apparently. That's pretty good. That's running a lot faster than I was expecting it to. I was expecting that to take forever to make the stuff I needed for it. It seems to be slightly getting a little bit confused and unloading things into here that shouldn't be, but never mind. Put it back into there. That is another chest that should be a blue chest. Did I make two? No. because then you can also do requests from buffers. I could put iron into buffer chest somewhere, actually. That'd probably be smart. Maybe once the iron shortage feels like it's been sort of solved. Okay, the next thing I think I need to think about is building up some of these agricultural towers, and those are another thing that requires various Glebian things like spoilage and landfill. Okay, that's not so bad because I'm going to need to make some of those and put them in on my new plantation areas. So I'm going to have this area sort of up here. I think probably all of this, much of this area. I don't really know quite how much fruit production I'm going to need. At the moment, I think this is only going to be maybe, it's not going to be more than double the speed of what I've got already. And what I've currently got is 2 towers down here that are fairly solidly populated. I reckon, no, actually one and a half towers there, at best, maybe slightly more than 1. Then up here I've got, that one's pretty heavily populated, and that one's again, maybe 1.5 towers. So if I take 2 towers and get them fully glebbed, fully plantationed, then that's probably going to be enough for the time being, especially if I plan it in such a way that I've got room for more expansion. So yeah, 4 towers, and we'll pull all the fruit out of those, send it down in the trains and deal with it down at the other end. A lot of tidying up to do up here, that's fine. And then think about how I'm going to put towers in up here. That shouldn't be too difficult. And again over here, or over here, even though, no, over here is better. And a station here. So we'll have, maybe what I should be doing is running a single train. Have it go from here, pick up, no, I think no, might as well just use 2 trains. I don't think they need to be anything like as big as they are, because they're just going to sail in, grab whatever's available in the station, and then bring it over here. In fact, all of these need to be made into stack inserters. So yeah, it's going to come over. The train's going to trundle up and then grab whatever's in the station and then leave immediately, in the interest of keeping everything as fresh as possible. Then unload here and then probably head back again straight away, I guess. We'll always unload the most spoiled, because otherwise will run out. Otherwise we'll just end up with spoilage in the chests, and that's going to be a nonsense. So yeah, that'll work quite nicely. Let's get rid of this bit up here and this bit up here, because those are going to hold the seeds that we're taking back up, and rocket ammunition once we start making it. So we'll have 3 wagons that we can fill up with as much fruit as is available, bring it over, unload it here, and we'll see whether that's enough. I expect it will be. Trains are pretty good at capacity, and these are probably going to be powered by rocket fuel, because why not? That's what we've got down here. I've got these machines making rocket fuel. I'm not going to be short of it. They might as well have a supply of it available. Oh, I've just noticed I didn't put this onto the bus, so I'm going to want to put in a splitter here. One of these will take it up to here to go into the rocket, and we'll have a second rocket ingredient going in there, and the third rocket ingredient, I suppose, will go in there. We'll bring them up next to the bus over here somewhere. I hope I've left enough room for that. No, I'm not sure I have. What are you? Oh, you're sulfur. Okay, so rocket fuel is going to need to be brought up and down the bus. So many things to think about. Bring it over to here, and then it can be this column. Except it doesn't reach. Oh, that's all right. I'm going to want to put in a splitter anyway. So it's going to come down here, underneath there, and then there we go. That's part of this bus. Part of the bus now. And also feed it up from here. Don't do that. I don't care if it's underwater, or if there's a plant in the way or something like that. It's going to run you straight up here, and let's go straight through the middle of here. Why not? Because this is, what happened there? I didn't let go of shift, I promise. Then this is going to come up over here to be fueling the trains. Like that. Okay, so we're also going to need to bring up rocket ammunition. That can be on a yellow belt, though. There's no point in going... In fact, lots of this can be on a yellow belt. I'm not going to be getting through that much rocket fuel. I haven't been thinking about this. I've just been dropping in belts wherever, just to go, yep, that's a belt. That's fine. All of this can be yellow. I don't need... The trains don't get through that much fuel. That can't be yellow because it's a long way under. That can be yellow. And I don't think I'm going to be making that much rocket fuel. So to be honest, this one might as well be yellow as well. I think possibly plastic. Most of this actually. So much of this I'm massively overbuilding, and will probably regret it, or could start it off as yellow belts. All of this, and then upgrade it later. In fact, so why don't I do that? Let's drop all of this entire bus thing down to yellow, and then upgrade it when it needs it, rather than going and trying to build it with the swanky belts straight away. Yellow. Yellow. I'm kind of tempted to downgrade the entire factory to yellow. Sorry, the entire new factory to yellow for the time being. Just because they're so much cheaper. And then I can get it built. Oh no, except for these main belts that are going through here. These ones want to be green or blue. But a lot of the later stuff down here, we don't care about the freshness of the inner things. Although we do care about keeping the flow rate up. So no, actually, I don't want to downgrade those. This is scrap. I'll leave that blue because might have high throughput. Okay, I think that's gonna help a little bit to dropping all of that down to yellow. And a lot of these scrap output belts could probably be yellow as well. Yeah, because the yellow belts have got built immediately, because I've got plenty of those knocking around. They don't need to be upgraded quite so far. The next one that needs to come up, so I'm going to need to bring a supply of blue circuits up. And now I've filled up the bus. I should have built all of my power everythinging a little bit further away in hindsight, but oh well. This will be both. This could be blue circuits and this could be blue circuits and what's the other one? Low density structures, because they're just stuff for building rockets, basically. So let's drop that. Yeah, bring a yellow belt all the way up there, and then stick some inserters in up here as well to actually make the rocket. Boop, boop. There we go. And then I just need to build all of it down here with all of this equipment and whatnot. But yeah, that'll come. In the meantime, also need to bring rockets up here. Could I put rockets on? No, I can't put rockets on. I can't put rockets on the rocket fuel belt. That's silly. I'm going to need another belt for that. Unfortunately, I kind of now wish I'd built all of this a little bit over to the side. I could run a belt up next to this one, but my theory of building buses is that you build buses in chunks of 4. So you can always have room to run other stuff in. I could move it a little bit further out into the swamp. In fact, I think I should. Let's take all of that. And move it over. So instead of there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I want to leave room for no? I think that's enough to put that there, but not the roboports. The roboports were in the correct place already, so we won't move those. But the rest of it, yeah, the rest of it can be shuffled across a little bit. Here I'm going to need to rotate that and bring it in. Here, what is going on with these pipes? Oh, I see. All right, do that then. The that will leave where it is. So that will, yeah, leave where it is. Don't need to put landfill there. What we've water cane. Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, that seems reasonable now, I think, because that means now I can do another okay, this shouldn't move, but it's kind of oh, maybe it should because it's in the way. All right, let's move it. I don't care. This pylon though, we'll put that in. Well, we're going to go underground here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. No. And what's this? Oh, this is the existing trash. Yep. So it goes there, and I'll need to put in a that there, and that's going to power this robot port, which has been moved. So that's handy. Oh no, that gets a splitter. And that, oh yeah, that's there. So it's not a splitter, not a splitter. No, not a splitter at all. They go to separate places. Right, so that means I can now get another yellow belt coming here. And this one is going to carry rockets to be taken off to the the plantation areas in order to supply the rocket turrets that are going to be put out there and keep the area safe from anything that happens to wander in. I may end up upgrading these in the future to significantly stronger weapons, but for now, rockets and lightning will do nicely. So that's going to be bringing rocket fuel and rockets, appropriately enough, up here. No, it's not. It's going to be bringing seeds and rockets up here, both of which will be loaded into the into the train at the top. So I have a pair of chests up here like that, and a splitter feeding in there to make sure we get the two different things going in. So we have this is going to be filtering out rockets. Rockets. They're a weapon, aren't they? So they're in here, like that, and I can feed the supply of those in here and like that to the inserters. These guys need to be told to only insert when the in order to fill the train up, so, up to a certain amount in the train rather. So yeah, feed that onto there. That's the carrying the quantity, what the supplies in the station. Yes, to the signal. I also want to read train contents. That's going to do weird things when there's a train in there, but never mind. And then over here we can say, I want you to be enabled when rockets is less than, what do they stack up to? What does a rocket stack to? 100. So say 1,000. Put 1,000 in each train. Why not? And then this is going to be, oh, which one's this? This is this top one, which is the Yamako. So we want Yamako seeds, which are the red ones. I want you to enable when Yamako seeds are less than, how high do they stack? 10. So we'll have 100 of those. No, we'll have 200. There's room for a few more in a train. So we can chuck all that in, load it, yeah, should be fine. We'll eventually get a backlog of seeds. At that point, I'm going to need to set up something to dump them into the trash system. But that's okay. We'll worry about that in a little while. Then I'll copy that, put it here, and feed this belt up, and in there. And that's going to be, instead of Yamako seeds, this one's going to be the other sort, the jelly nut seeds. Get them loaded into the train, into the other train. I need to do something with this rail because that is a horrific nonsense. Plus, there we go. Signals. No signals. There is a signal in there. That's okay. And we've got signals down this end? Yes, yes, good. Okay, I think that's... Oh, we don't have any we don't have any of the small pylons on this planet, because who uses small pylons? I'd moved past the stage of using small pylons by this point. So I guess we'll put a couple of these in. And then have to reroute the cables. Because those are never going to get built. And over here, nope. 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 So instead we have a cable going from... Okay, that goes straight into the box, that's fine. I think those are all still linked together. They weren't going into the pylons at all. So that's absolutely fine. I should name these actually, otherwise I'm going to have all kinds of confusions. So this is Yamako, isn't it? We've got the Yamako seed. Yes, it is. So this is going to be called Yamako drop, and this one's going to be called Jelly Nut drop. And I'm not going to call it brain fruit because that'll confuse me later. Actually, I don't know whether it will. I'll get confused either way. Probably. This is where I sort of stare vaguely at this again and go, yes, I think this is gradually coming together and more roughly as I would like it to. But again, as I keep saying, building all of this up is quite a long and slow process. Ooh, we are now getting lots of the machines getting fitted and in place. And do we have a chest up here for the kickstart? Oh, we'll be able to test the Kickstarter as well. Where is it? Here it is. Because yes, that's got its 2,000 spoilage in there, so I can chuck that. So when we've got enough of this system built, I can flip this round, start making a load of nutrients, and just get the system pumped up and running, which will be rather nice. I've got the rail going all the way up here, so I'm going to want to do that on the end of it, but that's not going to happen yet. I'm going to need to bring over a load of rail from Norvis. I think I'm not going to try and build that over here because it requires stone, and that is a thing that I don't really have. So let's tell the let's tell the Kirk that when it goes to Norvis, I would like it to bring back 1,000 rail. Numbers, 1,000 rail. I don't know where is it at the moment. Oh, it's on its way from... You know what, actually, go back to Norvis and pick up that rail that I've literally just asked for. Also, hang on, you've got a load of... Oh, any request 0. Ah, right. Pause thrust. Okay, this ship is not designed to do a two-way to bring stuff from Norvis back to a thingamawhat's it place. So I'd have to change that to monitor for either the bioflux being 0 or the agricultural science packs being 0, and for both of those, make sure I've got enough ammunition to make it back safely as well. So yeah, but we've now got some rail on its way up, presumably on the way 600. Nice. And we can sit here dropping the agricultural science packs as well while we're waiting. Oh, you know what? While we're requesting train stuff, let's also have a stack of signals and a stack of stations. Yeah, rocket capacity is 10 of each of those, because then I feel like that most things are a stack. A rocket takes a stack unless there's some reason for them to be fiddly and complicated, like they're a raw resource or something like that. So generally, yes, it's quite happy to ship up a stack in a per rocket. I could ask for some more useful stuff. What have we got? What else do we need? I do need a lot of blue belts. Cliff explosives. Let's take some cliff explosives out because that's easier than making them over there. It's funny that chests are a thing in demand. Oh, heating towers. Are we making heating towers on Norvis? We might be. It seems to think the default place to make them is Norvis. Oh, whereas the default place to make cliff explosives is apparently Vulcanus. Can't argue with that too much. I mean, there's plenty on the planet. We'll just run out of rockets. That's fine. What else are we short? What else are we short of? I could bring a load of belts over. Could bring a load of chests. Now chests are just steel and iron. That's easy enough. Lamps might be nice. I'm going to need lamps at some point. The underground belts should be fine. Yeah, I think most of the other stuff is either made out there or can be made out there fairly easily. It's mostly the rail that's going to be the difficult part, and then waiting for enough blue belts to be made as well. That's taking a while. The numbers are jumping all over the place, but I feel like we've got most of the stuff there. Oh, now we've filled the ship up. Yeah. Okay. Maybe? Oh, there's no room in here. No room at the inn. Drop those. There we go. There's some more storage space. Right, now we can carry on bringing up all the stuff I asked for, like the extra rail and the explosives and the heating towers. I'll come back to this because that's taking a long time to fill that up. But that will allow me to then get all of this rail built, and hopefully I've brought enough extra that I can put in my pickup stations as well. So the next thing that's needed is a specifically Glebian thing. That's the agricultural towers as I was talking about earlier. So I'm going to need 4 of them to start with. And what's the recipe? I looked this up a moment ago. It was steel, green, spoilage, and landfill. Okay, fine. Be like that. Let's do it over here. Steel and green, and then spoilage and landfill I'll do by hand because ain't nobody got time for that. Right, so steel, green. No, there we go, and whatever. Yeah, fill that up, and I want you to make the growing to agricultural towers. Can we have a assembly machine, please? I assume I'm making them somewhere. Yeah, I am making them here. Okay, it's just my construction bots are apparently busy doing goodness knows what. They're building stuff over here for me, which is nice, but I'm not quite sure what they're building. Probably, oh, they're putting in the yellow belts. Fine. I've obviously got more of those than I realise. In fact, yeah, I've got another 180 of them. Okay, cool. That's not bad. Ah, there we go. Got the thing now. So let's give it a big pile of spoilage. There we go. And you should get some green circuits from. If we ever get an underground belt there, and then some landfill from here. Right, I'm kind of running out of bus space here, so hopefully this will be the last thing I need. We shall see. Right, that spaceship might have filled up with stuff by now. So the Gleb is... It's not the Gleb, it's the Kirk. The Kirk is... It's got all the rail. It's still waiting for heating towers, but there are... None on this... Oh, there's 9 on the planet. I mean, that would be enough, to be fair. Why is there only 9? Are they a thing that can be made in the Abomination? Let's check. They are not listed in the Abomination. What goes into a heating tower? Is it difficult? Here we go. Heating tower, concrete boiler and heat pipe. Yeah, it is difficult. That's one that can't be made in the Abomination. That's annoying. Can it with this being here? If that tries, let's try it. Oh no, it doesn't have any. Probably doesn't have any stone in it. No, it's 4 stone. Okay, no, never mind. We won't do that. We'll do the heating towers another time. So take that out, and actually take that out and that out and that out and that out. Now we've done them. We've dropped the science packs. Go back to Gleba. So we will see, and then when you get there, drop all of that. I mean, we are going to drop all of that, but also drop that and that. What else this is where I go, what else did I ask for? I know there was some other stuff, and I can't think what it is, but I'm sure there was. We'll probably want all these furnaces at some point, but those are the cliff explosives. We'll also have the cliff explosives. So when it arrives at Gleba, we'll drop all of that down, and then we'll see an absolute bot frenzy. Well, I say bot frenzy. I don't think we've got enough bots to have a proper bot frenzy. I've got 91 construction bots, which is a weird number. But we'll get them working quite hard to build out this railway system up here, and then I can start thinking about putting in the those fruit towers up here. Also going to need to do some pentapoding up there. So I've got plenty of rockets, so let's go up and have a word with those. So Evan, if you're still here, these are the these will show you the guys that we were curious about earlier. So there aren't any biters on this planet, but what there is somewhat worse. And yeah, I'm definitely going to, if I'm going to build a plantation up this way, I'm definitely going to need to push them back. So we've got these guys instead. These are the small stompers. These are the medium stompers. And then these are the strafers. They spotted me. Fortunately, I'm more than a match for them these days. But when I first came here, they were kind of terrifying. And you can kind of see why. They're whenever you kill one of them, they turn into lots of little ones, which is fun. Good news is they're not actually that well. These ones aren't too bad. They're a lot more of a threat to your factory than they are to your person, because they're as long as you keep moving and dodging, they're not actually that dangerous. If you let them step on you though, because you're a building and you can't move, then they're a bit more problematic. But yeah, I've got sort of late game weaponry at this point, so they're not and defenses, so they're not too much of a worry. But when I first came out here, well, I did at one point get horrifically glebed by them, which was not fun. And to the point where I ended up save scumming, because they just completely wrecked basically my entire factory. That's getting a little bit scary. Right. And the problem is, if I'm out here and I get taken out by them, then I'm in a lot of trouble, because I won't be able to make another mech suit. I've got slowed down by something. Why am I slowed down? Oh, my batteries are dead. Oh no. This could be problematic. Oh no. No, don't get killed. Don't get killed. Please don't get killed. Oh no. Right. I am now in a lot of trouble. And so I'm probably going to end the stream at this point, because there's no way I'm going to be able to get out and get to these guys, get out there and reclaim my stuff. So this is what I was talking about being a bit sort of foolhardy, and these guys being being somewhat more dangerous than biters, and that is a long way from home. So what can I actually do at this point? So the problem is now I am just a guy, you know. And that means I am extremely squishy and currently have no weapons at all. Now I can do. I'm not completely helpless, because I can make myself a new rocket launcher. That's not a problem. I've got plenty of rockets, and I can probably take out some rocket turrets. I assume they don't need power. I guess. So I can head out there and probably defend myself a bit. But without the mech suit, which I was using to do all of my hunting then, I'm a lot less mobile. You can see how much slower I'm moving now. A lot more vulnerable, and a lot less armed and dangerous. So this is going to be a challenge, and not one I'm particularly relishing. So yeah, turret creep is a possibility. Something is indeed something I may well resort to. I don't really want to. I suspect the rocket turrets are serious overkill for the little wrigglers, but the wrigglers en masse are the ones who are potentially most dangerous. So I think I want to take some bullet turrets out and some rocket turrets, and sort of combine the two somehow. And try and kite the pentapods in towards them. And that means I'm going to need some ammunition. And occasionally they hatch down here in the middle of my factory and get zapped as well, which is fun. So I'm going to need some ammunition. And I would like it to be at least of the red variety. Am I making red ammunition? I was at one point, but I think I stopped. Yeah, a second set of gear would be nice, but it's so expensive to make it that I haven't. At least my body isn't going to despawn like it did in space exploration. That would have been just adding insult to injury. So, is there any ammunition in this area at all? Okay, there's one of each type of magazine, and no green because I claimed it all earlier and it's all in my suit. There are 97 gun turrets though, so I'll at least grab those, and then I can start making some ammunition and get ready to head out and deal with them. If you were a gun turret, oh, that box up there, I see the symbol. Right. Okay. Well, that's annoying, especially as I already had a bit of a shortage of iron. But you know, I was being overly cocky. I should have been a bit more careful, kept a bit more of an eye on my battery supply, and not noobed it up quite so much, to be honest. So, yeah. Over here, well, we don't seem to be getting many attacks in over here. So let's not be too foolhardy, but let's move these turrets to about here, and then here. And then I can put in an inserter there, remove all of this, and then carry on building my bus. So the next things I'm going to be making are ammunition, so I will need 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to make yellow ammo. You're going to make red ammo, and red ammo should be more than enough for dealing with the little wrigglers. I think we'll find out. Oh, there's no copper up here. Fine. Everything's in the way. So what's going to happen on laying around? I can put the yellow ammunition on this belt. This is a really poor design. Oh well. This is very very temporary. So right, what I'm going to do is map mode is switch to inserters. Right. You can request bots to collect your corpse. The problem is they'll get eaten by the pentapods. So you can. There's nothing to stop you apart from the fact there's a load of enemies there. Similarly, you can in exactly the same way you could tell it to go out and grab your body when it had been bited to death. But again, you'd lose all of your bots to the enemy. So you can. I'm sure. I haven't tried, admittedly, but I see no reason why you wouldn't be able to. It's just it will go extremely badly for you if you try, or it will go extremely badly for your bots if you tried, rather. So you just tend not to. Yeah, your body is just another item in the world, so I'm sure they would be able to. But as I say, if you try, your body will you'll just lose your everything, all of your stuff to the biters. Well, no, you won't lose your stuff. You'll just lose lots of bots to the biters because they'll go in and attack everything. Ooh, raid! Hello, Commander Emily, once again. Oh, thanks for joining. You're a little bit later than you were last night, but I guess it's if you're anything like me, you probably got dragged in and hypnotised by an enormous quantity of Factorio and just kept going and kept going. So you joined me at a rather unfortunate moment. I've just been mercilessly killed by a group of pentapods because through massive overconfidence, and so things are unfortunate. I'm just sort of waiting a little. I'm trying to produce some ammunition now so that I can actually go out with some defences and have a chance of getting my stuff back. But it's going to be a long walk, and I'm not really looking forward to that. We do indeed. I was going up here, so things were going very, very well. I killed quite a lot of them earlier in the stream, but then I went over here where there were quite a lot of nests, and I got a bit cocky. I ran out of battery in my suit, which meant I slowed down dramatically, and that meant they all caught up with me and ate my face. And so yeah, things went badly. and now I need to get all the way out here and reclaim my stuff. Fortunately, it looks like I've probably killed most of the pentas in the area and got rid of the egg rafts, so maybe there won't be too many of them there. But I'm currently kitting up with rocket turrets, rocket launcher. I'll get some rockets. Probably should make an SMG as well, actually, and then go in and try and deal with everything. Hey, yeah, I should carry some extra spare batteries and AAAs with me. That'd be an excellent idea. Right, so now I need to go and get some copper, because for some reason there is copper wire on this bus rather than copper plates, which is a little bit weird and is very confusing. But oh well, what can you do? I don't have enough iron for an SMG either. There we go. There's an SMG. I'm gathering steel as well, which isn't what I intended to do, but no, I don't think that matters. So fortunately, this time is much less bad than the previous time when things went horribly, horribly wrong for me out on Gleba. And I reckon this is entirely recoverable. Because they're nowhere near my factory. They've just got my special magic armour, which I need to go out, so I need to go out and reclaim it. Some power out here would be a good idea. Have we got robo coverage up there? Yes, we have. It's just they're just being slow. Okay, that's fine. Right, so there we go. Now we're making red ammunition. Have another couple of those, and I might as well chuck the steel in there because I don't want it particularly, and this iron can go as well. There we go. Right, so I've got a supply of rockets being made down over here. Oh, it's so laboriously slow moving when you don't have when you've got used to having a mech armor with I don't even know how many jetpack no, not jetpacks, legs in it. Then suddenly moving without under your own steam is kind of torturous. But right, I can grab some rockets from here. Yeah, I'm playing I would normally play with long reach because I get frustrated by not being able to reach a long way, basically. But I told myself that when Space Age came out, I was going to do a completely vanilla playthrough with no mods at all, just to sort of see what it's all like, find out, have some fun, and yeah. So yes, I'm playing completely vanilla for my sins, but you know it's mostly okay. 66 magazines, not really enough. Okay, well, let's leave that generating for a little while. So down here, I've made 10 plantation towers, so that's good. So my plan at the moment is previously on Gleba, I had this factory, this is about my 3rd gen factory, I reckon, for this planet, where I've sort of built up a small thing up here that was making iron and copper, and then went, oh wait, this isn't doing all the things I need it to do. So I built up a slightly bigger one that was then also trying to, I think it might have been making the science packs, I don't remember for sure. I think it probably was. And then went, oh, this is horrible and tangled and cramped and awful. So I built it up again. This is now was reasonably good when it was making the bioflux and the nutrients and the eggs and the science packs and the metals. I did end up then sort of twisting over here with my production, my mall bus all the way over here, which is a bit nasty, but it got a bit damp down here, so I didn't want to go that way. And then I realised I needed to make all of this extra stuff from the biologicals as well, and this got cobbled onto the side, and then the whole middle section turned into a bit of a spaghetti nightmare. So I've now been building my Gen 4. 5, I don't know, Gleba factory, which is this one over here. Basically spent the entire stream today designing this and building out the blueprints, and then it's just waiting for enormous numbers of belts to build at this point, essentially. And it's getting on nicely with that. I now brought out all the rail I need from Norvis for that, and so my plan is to build a couple of plantations up here here probably first, or maybe over here, and here to produce all of the fruit that I need. And then that can all be generated there, put into a train system and brought down here. And the theory behind that is that now this area hopefully won't get any attention from the pentapods because we won't be producing any of their pollution down here. It'll only be produced here, and that's hopefully far enough away. I will still probably put a wall of rocket turrets all the way around the outside of it, but then I could put double, triple walls around this area and keep that much safer. Or maybe I should go even further north and have my plantation even further away, so it's even safer. I don't know, I haven't really decided yet. But then I went out here to clean out some of these pentapods, so there wouldn't be too many of them attacking my plantations immediately, and things went badly wrong. But in a way, that's not entirely a bad thing, because it is a bad thing, but it's not the end of the world, because I do need a lot of time for building up all of the belts and things in order to build the rest of this area over here. So it's kind of given me time to go off and do other things. And at the moment, my pollution cloud is about yay big. I'm thinking that if I turn these off here and here, these are my current plantation areas. If I turn them off, then this pollution cloud will hopefully shrink down, and we'll just get another one centered up here. And that one, it will certainly at least stop spreading this way, and so we shouldn't get any attacks coming in from the south. So I should be pretty safe. Well, we'll see how it goes. Yes, long reach is absolutely amazing. I'm very, very happy with long reach. It's so useful, which is why it's kind of painful to be playing without it. And there's a few other mods and things that I'm just so used to that not having them is a bit weird. Oh, we only need another 900 blue belts to be made, so that's coming along nicely. Oh, and I could get some more biochambers under production as well, because there's something I need to hand feed into those at the moment. So. Which is what will be why they've stopped. So if we come down here, check on this guy. What do you need? Oh, green circuits. Okay. I mean, that's not too bad. I can grab them from here. Or probably from... Stop getting stuck on the belt. Right, there we go. Grab them from here. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. This is where long reach would be amazing, because I could then just drop them straight into the chest down here as I'm doing this. I don't believe so. I think there used to be timers on your corpse, but I think that disappeared in Factorio 2. If there is still a timer on it, I would be very, very upset. Also, I think it was a 15-minute timer, I think. Also, why does it keep putting small amounts of landfill in there? I don't understand. But there we go. Now we can make some more of the... Ooh, those eggs are about to go off. I say about to. I've got 2 and a bit minutes. That should be long enough to use them all up and make them all into hatcheries. No, biochambers. Oh, there we go. The expiry time on that one has gone up now because it put a second egg into the machine, and so it averaged the 2 of them, so the average is shot up. There we go. There's another one. And it's slightly funny because it means we had a really fresh egg put in that was then immediately dropped to 55%, but it did mean that the one that had nearly gone off was put up to a much higher percentage as well. So I'll forgive it. I wonder if I should try and make a car to try and get back up there, because it's going to take a long time to walk. How much ammo have I got? 14. Oh, I've run out of copper. So much hand feeding. In fact, if I come back down here, actually, then I can get a lot of copper just by going like this. I said get a lot of copper. It's not that much more than I had before from just scooping it off the belts like this, but still, it's quick. It is a bit quicker. So I'll put some more in up here. Now, that'll make me another, I don't know how many. So if I wanted to make a car, I'd need to make some engine units, wouldn't I? So because a car, I haven't made a car for a long time, is steel, iron, and engine units. And engine units are basically various forms of iron and steel, I think. Or just forms of iron actually, but you have to make them in a doohickey machine. Oh no, it is iron and steel. How many engines? 8 engines. So I could put down one of these. Okay, I seem to have got through all of my iron suddenly again. Why am I so short of iron? Because I've pulled it all out of the logistics system, clearly. Why am I not getting iron dropped from space? Has the Gleb's not been picking any up? It has not been picking any up. There's a bit. Should nom those now, probably. And then just end up dropping it all back, all down onto the planet, which is handy. I hope it doesn't run out of ammunition. That could be unfortunate. If I just steal it all to turn it into to drop all the iron down to the planet here to make into, well, just iron. Oh, that's been made. So I want you to make engine units. And we're going to do that. Do I have any iron? Any old iron? Yes. The iron is not actually required. I need to make coal. No, not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. I need to make pipes, and I need to make gears. And this is not going to be enough of either, I'm sure. Oh, it's going to be some. There's only one of each. Okay, that's not so bad. That might, yeah, that should actually make me my 8. Oh no, I'm going to find. I'm going to enough gears. More gears, please. Right, so that'll allow me to make a car with a bit more iron and steel. Let's go nick some rocket fuel so that my car will go like a rocket. It's kind of weird being on a... I've noticed this quite a lot as I've been going through Space Age. You quite frequently end up with a weird combination of really advanced tech and really old stuff, because you end up on a new planet and you haven't got all of your building everything set up, but you're just building... So you're just making, you're trying to make do with some really, really advanced tech, like having rockets and stuff, but also nothing particularly powerful and effective. There's 4 of them. Oh, I've run out of pipes. Damn it. Like now, at the moment, for example, I've got rocket fuel, and I've got blue belt, I've got green belts, I've got all kinds of advanced stuff. I've got missile turrets, but I'm struggling to make a car. It's a weird combination. How many? Oh, it's 2 pipes per engine unit. I've got 4. It's not quite going to be enough. I'm probably going to need more of that to make the actual car itself. 5, 600. Yeah, that's enough pipes. No, I don't believe there is a corpse timer, Evan. And I think it would. I'd like to think it would tell me if there was. That's helpful. Because I'm pretty sure Space Exploration did, because there was a corpse timer in that. But this is not Space Exploration. Or maybe it was 1.1. Either way, there used to be, but there is not now. So I think that's why people are worried about it. People are suggesting there might be, is because they're used to previous versions where there genuinely was a corpse timeout. Unfortunately, now that is no longer the case. 8. Right, let's make a car. Now, this is going to be probably awkward. I don't know what Glebas like to drive on, because I never have. But I suspect there's going to be enough sort of plants and outcroppings and stuff that there's going to be a lot of smashing up of the car. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, I should use the gun on the car, shouldn't I? Let's put ammunition in there instead of in my machine gun. And then try and get out of here. Did I put... I did fuel. I don't remember putting fuel in it, but apparently I did. Well, obviously I did, because it's moving. And then bots are just going to come in and repairing my car all the time as I'm bashing my way up there. This is quite slow through the swampy nasties. But that's kind of to be expected. Ooh, if I can get on the railway lines, I can drive along that, and that'll be quicker. Alright, I was going to say, alright, repair the car, but... oh, that's a cliff. This is an awful planet to drive on. Come on, then. Thank you. Even on the railway lines, I need this. That's another mod that I don't have that I would usually have installed. Is the vehicle snap mod, which makes your car only drive at... It's not just cardinal directions. There's a few more than that, but it reduces the number. Explodes. Don't explode. Okay. It limits you to sort of 16 or 32 different directions, which makes it a lot easier to drive due north, east, south, or west, especially if you're following a railway line or something like that. There is a strider down there. I do not want to have an encounter with that. I don't mean a strider. I mean his bigger cousin, the stomper. Ah, good. As I hoped, my corpse has been left well alone, so I can just wander out there, get within grabbing range. Can-has? Can't reach. Can-has? Da-da-da-da! There we go, immediate upgrade. And there we go, there's my armour charging back up again. I'll pick the car up, not going to leave it here. There we go, now I'm moving at proper speeds again. My batteries are still dead, so I probably shouldn't... oh yeah, Spidertrons would be a good idea. I've only only researched them fairly recently. Shall I get my revenge? Boom. Pew. trying not to be overly cocky this time, especially though the batteries are charging up reasonably quickly. I think I can deal with the remaining ones from these. I won't go in and attack them yet because there's more of them than there are of me. So I'm going to let the batteries charge a bit more before I go in and play. Yeah, it's nearly 50% charged, but I feel like actually no, I reckon I can take one. Yeah, see, as long as you don't let them get too close, it's not too bad. And if you do let them get close, make sure they don't. Make sure there are any sort of. Then make sure you don't let them surround you, so you've always got room to run away. And it's not. It's actually not too bad with the tech level I've got at the moment. Oh, cool! Here comes a. That's a big one. I've been wondering about those, whether I can take them on or not. Does it seem like a good opportunity to try it, find out? Because it takes 10 rockets to take out the mediums. How many is it going to take out a big one? There we go. That's the 1, 5, 10, 15. About getting on for 20. Oh, and they drop bigger wrigglers when they die as well. Okay, so I can take on the big ones, but I do have to be very, very careful about it. Oh, this is where I went wrong last time as well, actually. I kept going, basically, further and further east, and that was where that's why things went wrong. Because rather than just having one nest's worth of guys to deal with, like I'm doing at the moment, and this isn't too bad, I can plink these guys without any serious difficulties. As you can see, these are all tiny ones. But yeah, I just kept going and going further and further east, and so gathering more and more following me, and then I just ran out of firepower to deal with them all. But it is nice to know that I can successfully deal with... There's eggs go. Oh, they've gone down here into my trash slots. It is nice to know that I can deal with the big stompers if I need to. And it's good to check that when I'm in their territory. Jeez, they're huge. In fact, if I flick over to map mode, I won't be able to see them. Look at the size of those guys. You don't really realise when you're zoomed all the way out just how big they are. Anyway, yes, it's nice to know that if I do need to deal with a big one, I can. It takes about 20-25 rockets to do so, but I can take them out without too much difficulty. And that's very, very, very pleasing. Right. Oh, there's still some rail missing here. Is that... Oh, but there's still some left on the spaceship. So if I go back to the Gleb, you are still over Gleba, aren't you? Yes, you are. It's not the Gleb anyway, it's the Kirk, which has gone back to Norvis with my rail. Helpful. Let's just ditch that, and then it'll head back over again. No, it can't at the moment. The landing site's busy. I'm probably rather overloading Norvis with the agricultural science now, having just been dumping this much on it. It's all just going to be going off. And I'm doing a mining productivity at the moment, which only uses up to purple science. So let's do a health buff instead, because that uses different ones. What did they use? Oh, is that military yellow and agricultural. That's a weird combination, but okay then. Those are ones that I think I have a plentiful supply of. So am I still struggling with any of the others? What are you? What's supposed to be going in here? Oh, purple. I'm still struggling for purple. Why is purple always a problem? That's very weird. No rail. I've run out of steel. What? How the hell have I run out of steel? I don't understand. There's a... Oh! I never named the station steel pickup. That's why I've run out of steel. I knew it'd be something stupid. But I wasn't expecting it to be quite that stupid. Oh well. Yeah, that felt pretty silly. Oh yeah, these guys over here, these are high tier science labs, which is why they're not getting built. So let's drop them down to normal whatever these science labs are called. Tier. What have we got in the box? That's the box. Yeah, just another normal biolab. Fine. So yeah, putting a couple of these will dropping them down to being normal ones will mean they can actually get built, which is nice. And now we can carry on doing science. So how fast am I sciencing at the moment? We're peaked at 311 per minute. That's not bad. And I think the problem I have at the moment is my system here for bringing the science out isn't very good. The science gets bunched up. Like here, we've got lots and lots of greens, but there's none of the oranges or the purples or the pinks in here. And then there's a lone pink one there, and there's a load of blues coming along here and a pink, and they get very, very bunched up for probably because every so often I run out of one of them. Then when I get a supply of it, it pours a huge amount into the system there for that particular one, and so they're all bunched up together. Now I did have a system down here that was shuffling them, but I decided that was a silly idea. But I think this isn't really working. What I want to do is make a traditional sushi system where you have them all come out into a storage system over here, and then you feed through whatever particular ones you want. Then you feed them all through, so you end up with an even balance of all of them going through all of the time. I haven't done that yet, and I think that's probably going to be better than the system I've got at the moment, because yeah, you just end up with huge clumps of one particular type of science pack. Like yeah, along here there's that patch of where there's just blue ones, for example, and just blue ones all the way back to here, and before you get any pinks and oranges and so on. So yeah, this system, I liked the idea, and it worked when I only had sort of 2 or 4 columns of labs. But yeah, okay, Blake. Well, thanks for joining. And yeah, it's been an exciting stream. I think lots of things have happened. Particularly Gleba. Gleba has definitely happened to me quite hard. Kirk is still at Novice. Why are you still at Novice? Go back to Gleba. When you get to Gleba, drop the railway and the smelters. For now, I'll upgrade to the better ones, the furnaces, no, the foundries eventually. But for now, just drop those off. Anything else from here? I could take the blue belts. Be a little cheeky, but I could do. How are we getting on for blue belts over there now? Still need another 750 of them. Ugh. I think I might end up just bringing blue belts over from Norvis, because this is going to take forever to build this out. Even with me having downgraded a load of the blue belts to yellow just to get it to speed up a little bit, we're making them so very, very slowly over here. It's just painful. Although we seem to have stopped at the moment. Is that lube? It's lube. Somehow it takes. Yeah. I think it takes 5 grabs from the no, it's more than that. 32, 36. It takes 15 grabs from this grabometron in order to make 1 belt's worth of lube. Although that does make a belt and a half, to be fair. Yeah, so it's about 3 grabs per belt piece, and that's not enough. No, sorry, not 3 grabs. It's about 10 grabs per belt piece, which is horrific. And now we have more rail, so we can get that bit finished off. Yeah, we're only 66 short on that. So yeah, things are going well. However, it is now getting very, very late. It's time for me to go to bed, I think. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been a good stream, which is part of the reason I kept on going so late. Especially with the raids and the number of people who are watching at the moment. This is wonderful. I wish. So I clearly need to start living on American time or something like that. So today's big excitement has been going back out to Gleba and getting things improved over here. I've built up, as you can see, a mostly built railway system that's going out to the north, where I'm going to put in some additional plantationery, and then down here that's going to bring the fruit in to a much nicer processing system. This is set out neatly with a sort of bus type setup, and then off the bottom here, all the dry ingredients are then going to come down here for me to actually build things from. Up here, whereas up here we're going to be making the science packs and all of the things that are made from all of the organic stuff, including electricity being done over here. So this is all coming together quite nicely, but there's still a lot of work required. I need to, basically, of my previous base, I've done everything from about here to about here. With the except, if I draw a diagonal line sort of through here, then I've done all of that. Now I need to build up a mall at some point. Although I might just keep it ticking over on this one for the time being. I need to build up rocket production for my defences, and I need to do all of the iron and copper smelting in order to get, well, iron and copper basically. Although I don't need those quite so desperately. I'm also going to need to move the landing pad and rocket launch pads over so that I can start bringing in the blue circuits in order to make rockets, and taking away this stuff, science packs, and also I do need to start making the low density structures over there as well, actually, so that I can again build the rockets. But in general, I feel like I've done most of the design work. It's now just getting all of the bits and pieces together, getting everything actually built up. Oh, and I need to put in the plantations at the top. So that'll all be happening on Monday. Please come along to the stream then. That'll be starting at 7:30 p.m. UK time and finishing when I lose the when I lose the ability to keep my eyes open. That seems to be how it usually goes with these things. And I'll be back on Wednesday as well, as usual. And on Friday, there'll be a Factorio related video coming out. So if you're a supporter, there's a new tutorial, or at least an updated tutorial coming out. And for the non-supporters, there's a video talking about some of my spaceships. So please make sure you're subscribed on YouTube, following on Twitch, or vice versa if you're feeling generous. And come along to the Discord if you'd like to chat with us while we're about, well, my stuff, any Factorio things, or any of the other stuff I've been messing around with. Loads of videos on the channel, so please check those out as well. And I'll see you all on Monday. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you then. Good night, Evan. Good night, Nogard. Good night, Blake. I know you're probably gone. And Topaz and Emily and anyone else who's still around. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.